No, not you. They're asking about Fafnir and Ogdo.
Dylan, why you gotta do Barry like that? Wow, you put him in hell? Jeez! Hey, hey. You released him from his eternal agony.
I'm so confused, but that's okay.
During the war,
What'd you say?
during the war, we had a death knight accompanying us.
Oh, yeah,
that
okay.
Served Solon.
Island! Island!
Fair enough.
His promise was if we won the war and everything was good, that he would release him from his
Highland!
contract, I guess, because he was.
Fair enough.
He had to stay alive.
I don't know how many times I said it. I don't know if it was working in the other one. Ah! Okay, this working.
Need the chips too, but
It's been
sure.
a minute. But hi.
Thank you.
It is. My day has been very eventful. It's the
Huh?
Avery's birthday today. We just got our birthday
Okay.
party about 2 hours ago, and the Scarlet's birthday was yesterday. So they're 2 and 1. So, whoop whoop.
Welcome back.
Been affiliated on Twitch for
Beauregard the badly burned bard.
a year. So. Coming, let's see, next week.
I know who drew it.
Coming, let's see, next week.
Oh, can you tell?
Holy shit, I got an echo in all of you guys. Holy shit, I got an echo in all of you guys.
Oh,
Was it
never
Viking?
mind. Yeah, it was fucking. That's okay.
And I'll be picking
Could
up
you tell?
streaming soon.
From the look.
So that's cool. So I'll be back at it for
Better
a
off
little
filling
bit.
the whole bowl full of salsa.
Kayla's starting college soon, so that's gonna make things even busy. Life is grab me by the balls.
Delicious.
Excuse me.
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. That's not right. Oh. You see nothing.
Gonna give you some popcorn.
I don't want popcorn.
They're gonna storm me.
Just go ahead and chuck it.
Give me popcorn.
Okay.
Sammy, you don't need popcorn to kill yourself.
No!
Not
The last few times I've eaten popcorn, I haven't died from it.
yet, but it's probably numbered.
Days are numbered because you ate popcorn.
Every time she eats it, she chokes on a piece.
It's facts.
Jesus Christ.
This is false.
It is not false.
It's been like 5 out of 15 times.
That's a high statistic.
That's backwards.
It's been like 15 out of 5 times.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
Jeez.
I had popcorn the other night and I didn't die on it.
Just because you get lucky a few times.
Or the night before that.
Just
Don't you
because.
feel confident?
Coming at me.
Just
Yeah,
because
when
you
you
get
start
lucky.
feeling confident, that's when it comes for your life.
I'm gonna start setting the world on fire. Fuck this game.
I thought that was my world.
Listen.
I'm listening.
I have a burp stuck in the back of my throat. There it is. I got it.
Whoa. 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 I think I would have screamed. I would have lost my mind completely if I lost my drink. I almost fell off the table.
Oh no, not the sleepy time music. No, not the sleepy time music.
Why have you forsaken us?
It's a good relaxing music.
No, I can't relax. I'll fall asleep. I'm trying to fight off sleep.
Fine. Fine.
I was playing Minecraft and then I have it in this. I can't do it.
I was gonna say they were meshing.
It's gonna kill me. Ah, it's gonna kill me. Joke's on you. This is still sleepy time music.
Thank you for joining us, Wakey.
Welcome, friend.
Welcome. Welcome to Chaos.
You're late.
Very.
I'm
Not really.
disappointed. No, you are. 2 minutes
Nope.
late. Yep.
Nope. Because if you want
No.
to be
Because
technical, we
no,
said
you
5 to 5:30.
It
between
was
5 and
4
5:30.
Ghost has been in here since 3, so it
Hey.
was at 4. So fight me.
Hey, the time specifically
Fight
said
me. It said
everywhere. And TikTok, it said 5 to 5:30.
5 to
Eastern
5:30.
Standard Time. 5
4.
to
And everyone's
5:30
here
start
but
time.
you, so you're late.
Hey, nope.
Yep.
On technicality, I am not.
There's no technicalities in D&D.
Oh.
You're late.
I mean,
there are plenty. I don't know about that.
You're still late.
It's like. But how is everybody?
Please, you shut up. You were actually early this time, so be quiet. You don't get
Yeah,
to.
but he's eating dinner, so he's counting it as it shouldn't be ready yet.
Oh, I went to go get my dinner as well. Because they didn't say anything about dinner inside, so
Wow, and you didn't take us with you?
I was trying to. I don't know.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Isn't that's like a ritual to go with you to get food before session.
Yeah,
You
jeez.
ruined it. You fucking ruined it.
I
Now you're
fucking
gonna
ruined it.
die.
Now you're gonna die.
Well, that's whew.
Rip.
You broke the pack.
Blood pack.
The blood
You know
pact.
what happens when you break blood pack? That's really hard to say.
You know what happened when you break a blood pact?
You know what happens when you break a blood pact?
You probably
Playing
bleed a lot.
using D&D
Probably.
Beyond or Roll20?
Roll 20.
I mean, you can
Roll
use
20.
we're using Roll20 for tabletop, but you can use either.
Yeah, if you can roll in
As long as you have your extension.
whichever, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
I have to open Beyond.
It's D&D Beyond.
Whoa.
And 10. Okay. Give my onesie on.
And see, it's way too hot down here with me, or I would put mine on.
I got my AC and a fan. And then
I'm a fan. A fan at my feet.
The what?
You're just sitting in your room, butt ass naked, and you're just like, I gotta get my onesie.
He's like, shit, they found out. That laugh was exactly that.
Shit. Well, I can't stream.
That was
naked,
exactly
you know,
that.
TOS, so I mean.
I mean, you're on the stream naked. I'm just saying that you sit in your bed and be like, yeah, I gotta get my onesie on. Damn.
mean,
Sit in Discord.
You're naked underneath all those clothes.
Yeah, you whore!
Not to say that doesn't
dare you be
happen.
naked? How dare you be naked under your clothes?
I bet you're the type of guy that showers naked. You hoe.
Disgusting. What the fuck?
Fucking slut.
Sorry, it's not my fault that I like to shower naked. You know,
So
I don't feel like showering in my
Supposed to
compression
shower
shorts.
in socks.
Yeah, duh.
And yeah, I can't forget the socks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
jeez.
can't
I want to
can't
know
forget
how
that.
many people actually cringed at that sentence.
Facts.
Oh, I
Me.
super cringed at it. Super.
You're supposed to shower.
Because I've actually seen people do it, so.
When Thorin was a baby, he actually took off his clothes and got in the shower with me with his socks still on.
Yeah,
I mean,
Natalie's done that too.
I'm just
Yeah.
like,
they-
I'm coming in,
Psycho.
Mom.
and then I had to
Not
snap
okay.
a picture of him because he had his hand on the wall leaning over like it's been a hard day.
I need this right now, woman. Leave me alone.
Pretty much.
I need this right now. Oh my god.
He was a year old when he did it.
Been a long day.
Let's
Need
see.
a nice
I-
hot shower,
There's-
warm bottle, and snuggles.
All right, I have a cup of peppermint tea and a cup of black tea, both at my desk right now.
I got 52 ounces of strawberry lemonade.
I have 4 bottles of
Oh,
water.
damn.
Come at me.
That's a lot of lemonade.
'Cause,
Yeah, I didn't want to pour it in a cup, so I just grabbed the bottle.
Fair enough.
That's what I
Fuck it.
do.
I mean, I've done it all the time. Fuck it.
And it's loose leaf peppermint tea.
Ooh.
I got a big ass tin from David's Tea, a 10-ounce tin. It can hold 2 of those bags. Fucking huge.
Fucking
Hey, if it soothes my stomach when I'm glutened, I'm all for buying it.
Yes.
And it helps with headaches. So, is everyone here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, we're all on time.
Except for Viking, he was 2 minutes late.
Never.
Alrighty. Since everyone's here, I guess we can get started. Close that. Fuck. I had that page specifically marked, and I fucking closed my book.
Alright, go look for
Time
it.
to be Sam and Dean Winchester.
Don't worry, I found it.
To go.
Okay, good. I was gonna say, it gives me time to set up stream.
Can I just stand back and be the Bobby and just be like idiots?
Only if you say balls with it.
Balls.
Oh.
Now I just want to
Bobby
watch
is
that
my
show. God
favorite
damn
of
it.
Supernatural.
I have to finish it after.
Shame.
I've been
Couldn't
avoiding
get
it.
past.
Me too! I don't want to finish it!
I couldn't get past the Leviathans.
What?
You
You
were
need to.
so far behind.
That is the last I saw, and I just could not get past it because they're like, they named the main Leviathan Dick. And I was just like,
It's been so long since I've watched it, I'm basically gonna have to restart the whole fucking show.
pretty
You
much.
can literally
We'll have
just
to do it
skip
together.
The first 3 seasons.
How we
No!
talking about? What are we talking
Supernatural. Supernatural.
about?
I don't want to skip the first 3 seasons.
Alrighty, are we ready?
It's not a bad show.
Is everyone here?
I could sit down. and
Everyone's
watch.
technically here. Hayes
Ow.
is eating. He won't speak until.
And
He's listening.
stab myself in the nipple with a
You
pencil.
don't want to hear things.
Did you
Wow.
stab yourself in the nipples? What?
Yeah, with a pencil.
You're too drunk.
Drunk, please. I wish. Maybe my
Oh,
bullshit today
You
would
had-
finally.
you
Please,
had-
I
you
wish.
had a drink and a half.
No, I don't want to drink tea.
I got twisted tea.
Twisted tea.
Yeah, I got twisted tea in the fridge. But I'm gonna eat my food first before I drink.
I have 2 bowls of popcorn.
That's some good, decent food today.
I have chips and salsa.
I-
And some
I got
Powerade.
spaghetti.
I made dippy eggs earlier.
It started to sound like a table game with all this food.
Might as well be.
Who
We're just
has
sharing
what?
it.
Who ordered pizza? Whoa.
Who got the pizza? I got Mountain Dew.
Anybody got Funyun?
I'm just gonna
Alright.
inhale my tea.
Alright,
The battle music in the background terrifies me right now.
let's get this one.
Just because I complained about the sleepy music.
She did. Alrighty. You guys finished your last minute preparations in Thoya and set course towards Sungrove's outer limits to search for the Wendigo that you guys got information about. The Wendigo and some masked woman who's been stealing the cures that's being transported there. Once you guys get there, what the fuck?
Oh.
Where do you guys want to go? Right now, you don't see anything. So where do you guys want to go from there?
Whereabout are we located?
Right on the outer skirts of Sungrove, yeah.
Ah,
It was like through the path from Thornwind, wasn't it?
Yep.
man.
Mm-hmm.
So probably go that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eye out.
Yeah.
All through there.
Go ahead and give me a perception checks.
Got it. 14? That's not bad. Stolen,
Nat,
nice.
Dylan.
Beautiful, Nat.
Not too bad with yours. 24 though.
Yeah, I know.
She's like, yeah, I know.
Alrighty. So, hey, that only took me like 2 seconds later for the rules to pop up for me. Anyways, Poppy and Solon, with your guys' keen eyes, it takes you a minute, but you guys scan the horizon as you guys walk up the trade routes to Sungrove to Thornwood. And there's a small, awfully green area that's different than the normal dryish land that's up through this path. The place seems to be very inviting in a way, very Fey-like, but it's just a patch of land.
Tell the rest of the group.
Yeah. Tell
Look
them
at
it's
this weird
Fey-like.
grass.
It's all Fey-like and stuff.
Make hair for my boot duck.
Boot duck.
Boot duck.
Yeah.
Should we go closer to it?
Do you want Nyx to run up and touch it?
No!
That's what.
Yeah,
Fuck
don't
you!
don't do that.
Okay,
It's
touch.
walking close to us, that will stop it.
I don't know.
I'm sick of Nick's getting blown up.
So what do you guys want to do here?
Anyway, I do a nature check.
Are you walking up to the area?
I mean, we're not close
Yeah.
to it. That's what we're trying to decide
So you
Can
wanna-
I-
now.
Yeah.
Okay, so you do want to walk up to the area.
Do we?
Nyx is gonna walk up to it, but she ain't gonna touch it.
I don't trust
Promise.
face shit.
Wow.
Speaking as a wood elf, I don't trust face shit.
But I'll get close enough so I can inspect it.
Alrighty. So
Patch.
yeah, this is a big patch. So this patch of land, just by getting closer and approaching, you can see that the air around it seems to glimmer and have this weird, flickering, glitter-like look to it. The closer and closer you get to it.
It's a trap. Run away.
Is it a magical glimmer?
Roll Arcana.
$14.
You can definitely tell that it has a trace of arcane energy, very, very Fey-like, and yet there is an essence of necromancy, kind of remnants of.
Spicy.
That's not suspicious.
Spicy grass.
Nyx, the group.
That's what you call suspect.
Necromancy! Yeah.
I vote we move past it.
Move past it.
What?
Yeah.
Set it on fire. I don't know.
Who has does anyone have true sight or no?
Yo.
You have true sight?
I can't see through shit, but I can see invisible.
Okay. That's actually good. So with your cloak of eyes and the ability to see invisible creatures and invisible things, there is a trace of invisibility here being used. The whole place is hiding crates that the cure has come in, that Anera's father has shipped in out towards, and wagons that are invisible. But also, you see a woman adhering the antlers of a deer, along with this tall, gnarled creature with these wicked black claws that kind of sitting down, and it's sitting like a dog, kind of right beside her, and like keeping an eye out, looking at their area around. And she's kind of digging through the cures and kind of counting them with her, quietly, as you can see.
Someone's gonna quietly point that out to the crew.
Always the druids.
I know, right?
Don't underestimate it just because you think it's a druid.
Yeah.
Just also thinking it's a crazy jungle
way
woman.
to
This is an
dispel this.
illusion.
It's all a Fey illusion that they have set here, so people would approach and set in a trap in here and ambush them.
Spell magic on it.
Yeah.
Hurrah.
So if you cast a spell magic, the image of the land kind of fades away into this like dark ground and the area, once it fades and the illusion of everything being invisible and stuff like that kind of fades away, there is what looks to be rough graves, pits of mounds of dirt where someone's been burying bodies here. But once the image fades, you see the woman turn around and look in your guys' direction, and she'll slowly kind of stand up. And she's wearing this like ironbark armor plating on her body, and the Wendigo has this. As it stands taller, you can see that it has these bands around its arms, its legs, and some parts around its more exposed parts. This ironbark plating as well.
Gosh dang it.
Once it kind of sees you, the woman kind of turns, and she'll kind of raise her finger and point, and yell something in Sylvan. Does anybody know Sylvan?
Me.
I think I do.
Next and
You would hear,
I actually do too.
she'll say, "Grace, kill them all." And you'll see the Wendigo kind of rear its claws back and just start rushing in your guys' direction. Do 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 do.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll initiative.
All right, where are we placing ourselves? Oh, right there. Okay.
Anywhere down in the bottom.
I got this. I don't have a token, therefore.
You didn't put your token on there? I didn't
I
give you a sheet.
Don't have a sheet. I don't have anything.
Why? Didn't think you needed one. You do, actually.
Yep. Nope. It's fine.
But it's not fine. You just need to
Are
use
you
It's
the
not
I
fine.
need it for the rolls.
Yeah.
you
Over
just
here.
we just need the pictures.
Who's the torch?
Me. I put it down because I didn't know.
There you go. You got it. You
What
just
else
gotta
to
upload
do?
you just gotta upload your token.
Okay, I'll slap something on there real quick. For now.
I roll. No, I didn't.
Damn, babe.
Huh?
You natted on your initiative.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Ooh,
I
you have
was-
advantage.
From the first turn.
Oh wait. Hold on. Hold on. I'll get to that in a sec. I'm trying to think.
Uh,
I do have an avatar. Oh, a token already made. Well, damn.
what's your dex next?
My dex.
Yeah, because we're at a tie.
19.
Yep, you beat me. She should, I guess, technically be ahead of me.
Alright.
I got
So I just need. Did I need to do anything else or just
Click on your
put my
token. Click,
avatar?
yeah, click on your token. Yeah,
Yeah,
just
you
put your
just
click
click
on your
your
token. Roll it. Reroll initiative, and I can just change the number.
Okay. Did that work?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, but I'll get
Cool,
you
cool,
in the
cool,
order.
cool, cool. Thank you. And then what did you say about an advantage?
When you nat on initiative, you get advantage on your attack, or if it's a spell, you get. Is it +2 to the DC?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Alright. I'll take that.
Yeah, on your first turn.
So it's
Yep.
not a wasted nat.
Yeah.
Alrighty. That puts Solon first, and then the woman, and then Malachi.
Flynn's got a crazy ass initiative.
Mm-hmm.
He gets a +9 to any initiative rolls.
Lord.
You're crazy.
Oh, I'm gonna use Zephyr Strike and attack 3 times with just a regular arrow on the lady.
I like how we're not all in any sort of like formation. We're just kind of like in a weird ass circle.
I am using Sharpshooter on all of
And
them.
then Solon's off to the side.
Okay.
Interesting.
That's a miss. Wait, no, you using advantage on that one?
No, no.
Okay. Okay, it's a miss. Miss.
I do use advantage on that.
It's 24. Okay, but that hits. Did you roll your Zephyr too?
Zephyr, and then the Gloomstalker shit.
Ooh,
34. 34. My math bet.
Got it.
So Tay Solon. I got those buddies. We got you.
5, 10, 15, 20, 20, nope. 25, 30, 35, 40. Yeah. I'll move right here. And that's my turn.
Yeah.
He moved right smack in the center of the circle.
Yep.
It's rotating around.
He knows what he's doing.
The woman is up next. She will look upon you guys and pull out her mask and place it on her face. Move down. And she will cast Firestorm.
What?
This would be on everybody. So 10-foot cubes. Up to 10-foot cubes, yeah. So it hit everybody. I need everybody to make deck saves.
Deck saves. And if you're 10 feet within me, you add +4. So I guess it's just Malachi.
Yay,
and,
twinsies!
Owen. And this
I have the shield of evasion. Can I roll that again for the advantage? It has 2 charges, or can I not do that?
Shield of Evasion, I think, only gives you... Does it let you reroll, or does it just give that you take half of a fail?
Alright.
I think it.
Oh yeah, it's only half if you fail.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he rolled.
So anybody that failed is going to take 45 fire.
How much I would take? How much?
Half of that would be 21, is that right? 22.
22. Okay.
Yeah, it's 22.
If you pass, you take half?
Yep, you still take half, yep.
Okay, 22.
How much do we take?
We take 22.
22 if it's half,
Oh, it's fire, so I am. That's quartered for me.
yeah, so it's 11 for you.
So, okay. I was gonna say, because I rolled a nat.
Yeah, well, that just
Yeah.
means you pass, which means you take 22, that's half. And then
Okay.
if you
Alright.
are resistant to fire, you can take a quarter of it if you pass your save.
Nope. But I did. I took the 22.
There's 2.
I believe that is it. Yep, that is it for her. So then that puts us at next in line here. Malachi, you did get the natural 20 on your. Yep, you take 45 if you failed.
Wait, aren't you resistant to fire?
He's
Did you
not.
take?
He's not raging.
Oh yeah, I am resistant to
you're not.
fire as well.
No, because if you are, you take a quarter of that.
Yeah, so you
11.
take.
Oh, okay.
11.
So 11.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even think of that. I'm glad. It's been so long. I'm sorry.
I just remembered because he was originally red, and I'm just like, wait a minute. He's been talking about it.
Yeah, yeah. I looked over most of my stuff. Apparently, not all of it. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and just start with on. Do I have to click it? I'm gonna click. Okay. Mind Sliver on her.
Okay.
So that'll be
Intelligence save.
yeah.
Let me know if I die.
She fails.
So she takes 5, and then she has the -4 on her saves.
D4, yeah.
And that's gonna be it for this turn.
Okay. Octave. Yep.
I assume Octo's gonna rage.
I don't know.
Maybe. Maybe not. Probably. More than likely.
You could. Who knows? Just says 1 sec.
He probably just got done with food.
Or I'm just sitting here eating birthday cake Hershey Kisses. Let's go.
Aw.
Ooh, woo.
They're so good.
Ew.
10 out of 10 recommend. Don't be biased, family, because you hate birthday cake.
It's birthday. Well, yeah, I hate cake in general, but like birthday cake flavored stuff kind of is.
Yeah, I'm gonna rage.
It's gonna rain.
No.
Basically.
Huh?
What the fuck, Dylan? Relax.
I was thinking that's the most damage you guys
No,
really
let's not
took,
push
though.
it. Let's not push it.
Um,
Well, next to all those fireballs during the war.
Mhm.
Fucking fireballs, man.
and then I'm going to summon Rocky.
Rocky.
Fucking rave.
Does he have the right
I saw
picture?
that. I saw that ghost.
What?
No.
Fucking rave.
No, he does not have the right picture.
Alright, so that's there.
It's okay.
I can't miss on this. Oh no, let me zoom in. I just want.
I love seeing Sammy's
It's fine.
arrow go everywhere sometimes.
Yeah. I just get bored. Anyway.
Oh, what's
Rocky.
Yeah, I'm just gonna move up here.
I'm so happy.
Oh wait, actually, I'm gonna move like over here. Rocky's gonna move like right there.
I love the music in Sam's background.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fitting.
Um, where's the? Aren't we fighting some big old creature too?
Yeah, it's back there.
Oh, okay, I only see her right now. I'm on my laptop and it's weird.
Arm wrestle it, Rocky.
Rocky's gonna go ahead and throw a boulder at her up close person.
Okay.
I love how Ogdo became a Pokemon trainer.
Rocky, use Rocky.
Use Rock Smash!
Rocky, use boulder throw.
18.
Miss.
Okay, well, that's my turn.
That's it for you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Use my bonus to rage, use my action to summon Rocky, and
Hop.
I'm gonna bonus action studying.
Okay.
And I'm gonna shoot my arrow returning at her.
Okay. Miss.
Oh, sad. Okay, that's it.
Nix. Faffy, you're on deck.
Reorganize.
Arrows on.
Hola. Hmm. I have some new fun things, so give me a second here. So, I'm gonna use the cantrip, Mind Sliver,
Okay.
on her.
Okay, so she's already suffering the same effect
I was
from.
gonna say.
Oh,
Yeah,
does that
Mind Sliver,
stack?
so it won't stack. No, Bane in that would stack because it's 2 different effects, but 2 Mind Silvers won't. So if you still want to cast Mind Silver, you can, but it won't stack
Yeah.
with it.
No, I didn't realize it wouldn't stack. Sorry
No,
about
Bane. If you had Bane in that would.
that. I am gonna strike at her with twice.
Miss and miss.
Yep, I figured.
That it?
Yep.
Baffy, you're up, and Arrow's on deck.
Yay, I'm up. Oh. Gotta guess
What's that noise, Sam?
move up a little
What?
bit, because I don't want to move too far.
Nix, I think your arrows are rolling wrong, or your damages.
Yeah,
It
that's
is.
what I was just thinking.
It's rolling strength.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be.
Well, it's rolling 2 plus 3.
Yeah, that's
It's not
rolling.
rolling a D
Yeah.
anything.
If you use your extension still, I know you're both set up on D&D Beyond.
Yeah, I'll just start rolling with Beyond because I know it's right there.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at that and I'm like, wait a minute, I usually hit a lot harder. I'm like,
Baff.
I'm looking this up real quick.
You look at that thing.
Look at whatever you're looking at.
Okay.
You do that stuff, whatever you're doing.
Yeah. It's just debating between one. Do they make a?
Victory, Dr. Mouse ran up the clock.
And he drove a motorcycle down and did.
Fuck. Okay.
Ram.
I'm going. What? Because the band, it had Moonbeam and what other 2 things?
I don't know. It's all on Roll20. I mean, D&D Beyond.
I don't see it.
It has
You
Moonbeam,
add it?
Plant Growth, Wrath of Nature.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Mold Earth.
It wasn't
And
added
Mold
to my
Earth.
sheet. I was
Power of French.
I was looking. I didn't see it on my sheet.
Should I add it?
That's because you have to add it yourself.
Oh, I thought he added it. That's
Nope.
why.
No, he added it to the items, but not to everyone's sheet.
My bad.
No,
Look
I
at me
did not.
assuming shit. Okay, so
It's
you
called
said
False Color Major, whatever it is. False Ring.
we said Moonbeam. What else?
Plant
Mold
Growth.
Earth and Wrath of Nature.
Yep.
You can only use one of those once a day.
Yeah.
My health randomly went back to 58. I don't know why.
It might have been from the other sheet.
Yeah, you
Ah.
did too.
Okay. Can I? As a
Oh.
Faffy, if you don't fly up there. and hit
Gotcha.
him-
I didn't realize you could type in a number, and
I mean, I guess
that's
I could.
very useful.
All
I'm still
right.
learning so
I'm
much
kidding.
shit. Jesus
Don't feel
Christ.
peer pressured.
I mean, I was waiting a little bit because I wanted Ogda to be prepared. I didn't want to, but I think I'm gonna do. What is it? Let me add Wrath of Nature to my sheet. Oh, there we go. I just want to read it. So you call.
Oh, when wearing the ring, we also have the ability to navigate difficult terrain.
Yeah. Would I? There's no like real trees or anything around here, are there? Or it's just
Sarah,
rocks?
nope.
It's just grass.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Then I'll just shoot my arrows then. But I want to rush up there and be dumb.
Miss.
All right, save those lovely rolls. All right. Yeah, that's gonna end my turn then.
Okay, Nero, you're up, and then the Wendigo will follow.
Lovely three.
We're not doing a very good hunter job of salmon deaning this.
I'm gonna cast Bless on Solon, Fafnir, and Octo.
Listen up.
Said Ogdo.
Yeah, and Octo. And Solon.
And Solon's raging. Wait,
Solon.
Solon.
Solan's not raging.
Ogdo's
Why
raging.
are you so mad?
Ogdo's raging.
He took that level 1 barbarian, didn't know about it.
I knew what I meant in my head.
And then,
Forward face.
healing word on Octo.
Okay.
So that's 10 healing. Yeah. And that's it.
Okay. When the Wendigo's turn, it rushes up a full 60 feet right here.
Nice.
And it just starts unleashing 3 attacks. 2 on Ogdo and 1 on Faffy.
He says, "Oh, I can see it now."
31 to hit you, Ogdo. 14 and 9, you're raging, so it's cut in half, but and then the bite attack follows the 1. 21, I think, misses.
Hey, your breath stink.
That's its turn.
Anyone got a tic tac? Toss it in his mouth.
Solon, you're up.
Random question: what's the blue barrier? The blue aura around him again?
You'll find out once our turn starts.
Ah,
Yay! Wonder what kind of save we're making.
All of them at once?
All of them. Pretty much.
Just death.
Instant death.
Death.
Yeah, it's actually just a death save.
Oh, okay. I guess it's I don't know.
Just
I don't know.
go Solon.
Can it just be a charisma save?
Oh no, yeah, I've been making my move. Don't worry about it.
He was scooting along the board.
Ow.
I'm gonna fire 2 acid arrows at it.
What?
The Wendigo.
You have. Oh my god.
Okay.
Crazy.
-21 minus plus -4. What?
You have sharpshooter on?
Okay. I see why it's red.
Yeah.
It threw me off.
You rolled a 1 for bless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be
Misses.
It's actually 22.
22 minus 5, 17.
I'm feeling 22.
Wait, is it 22 or is it -4?
Do you have sharpshooter actually on?
It has
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it misses. Okay.
It's
Yeah.
also, it's doing what I meant for it to do. I just freaked out because it was red.
Got you. Yeah, it
I don't
misses.
blame you.
Damn you, Bless.
I mean, it's a 21 still.
That just hits.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Okay.
So what's my damage on that?
Sharpshooter damage. And the acid arrow is here. Con
Ooh.
save.
Okay.
Oh, that was a good roll.
Yeah.
On save. I'm not letting it go.
Ooh.
9. Fails. Wait. Wait.
Mm.
Nope, it fails.
Ah!
He was making sure. So, oh, it suffers a -2 to its AC.
Yes.
Oh.
For
3
3
rounds.
rounds.
Oh, spicy.
Yes. And I don't believe I've used a bonus action, so I'll take a healing potion and end my turn.
Okay.
Did you get a new microphone, Solon?
Yeah.
I can hear you better.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's had it for a bit.
Her
Nice, nice, nice.
turn.
Feels very nice.
It's going to look towards Faffy
Oh, this must.
and cast Harm.
What's that?
I need a con save.
Okay.
Ew.
And I have the +1 from Bahamut, so I meet.
Yeah, but you also have the advantage to magical saves, don't you?
Oh, I do. I do. So regardless,
So
I-
you still take half the damage though.
I take a quarter of that actually because I have
Yep, 'cause you
resistance
passed
to
it.
necrotic.
Yep.
As well. So what's the damage for it?
It was 59.
59.
Oh my gosh.
So quarter that.
Yeah. Wow.
And fuck it, I'll do that too. She is going to follow it up with
I'm glad I took resistance to necrotic. Oh my gosh.
spiritual weapon.
This bitch. Gosh dang it.
30 to hit.
Yeah.
It's 13 points of force.
My God.
That's her turn. Malachi, you're up.
I have no fucking clue what to do here.
You guys took on worse than this.
Hmm?
I'm saying they took on worse than this.
Uh-huh.
I know, it's been a while since I played.
These
This
people
is
love
actually easy.
They just like
Ish.
the hard hit against Fafnir.
More of a medium fight, but yeah.
Ooh.
I'm going to actually go ahead and
Did you move into that, or did you start your turn in that?
I moved into that.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
And then I'm going to go ahead and make my attacks. I don't know how to do this. I think I just do this. And then roll the damage.
And that was on the Wendigo? Alright, give me a second. I gotta calculate some damage here.
It has piercing twice.
He gets.
That's interesting.
I think he has a bonus on piercing.
It's super cool.
So all the piercing will go through, but the cold and fire does not.
Okay, that's fine. And then I'm actually going to go ahead and follow it up with another one.
Okay.
Because I have extra attack.
That misses.
Yeah, I figured. Okay, and then I'm going to bonus action. Oh, no. Is disengage an action or bonus action?
Action. Unless
Okay.
you're a rogue, and I think monks can do it too.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, monks have to use a key point, I believe.
That it for you?
Yep, that would be it.
I don't like how I'm standing out here and
duh.
we're all lonesome.
Okay.
I
so,
need a Constitution save.
Okay. Close enough that I get +4.
You pass, you're fine. You're immune to the aura for 24 hours.
It just
Why did it do +0?
because it negated Faffy's with bless. But for some reason it canceled it.
Yeah, because I had 2 plus 4. Plus 4.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ow.
Yeah, those two
Yeah.
cancel out. Alright, let's all go. Finish your turn.
What the hell's Faffy with benefits?
There we go.
Roll for the stone giant too.
Oh, for Rocky too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Faffy with benefits is my aura of protection.
You get you get like a +4 to I
Saving
think it's
throws.
saves,
when
saving
you're
throws
within
when you're it.
30.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
23.
Oh yeah, but he's good too.
Okay.
I just want it pictured in my head, Rocky just dropping a boulder on the Wendigo
Okay.
and just
Move to right there.
Give him heal.
Bop. Bop.
Cool, and has bops.
Bops for days.
You do have
Big
advantage
ol'
with
bops.
Malachi with that. So straight roll for you.
Yeah.
Both of those hit.
9.
Now I gotta break out the damage. Hold on.
I'd say, is he resistant to any of that?
No, all of that would go through.
So that would be
53 for the first.
Yep. And
46 for the second, so 99.
How much for the second?
Uh,
that was, it was
46.
for
Okay.
the second.
46 and 53.
Got it. Okay. Got it.
What a fucking god. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
them.
And I'm going to take a potion of greater healing. Heal for 15. And then Rocky is going to attack.
Gotta need some paper. Get at me.
Did you just say you were about to eat paper?
Yeah, on the kiss.
21 and a 25.
Both hit.
So 44 damage.
Well, the window got smooshed.
Looks like I don't have.
Well, shit.
Bro. I bet.
That's like a half pancake on the ground right now.
Bye, Grace.
Bye.
Sorry, Grace.
Fuck you, Grace.
what? What about
All
Grace?
Grace is
Uh,
dead.
That was his name.
Grace got bopped. It's a pancake.
You know,
Well,
I did
in
just
the
say
house-
that I could see Rocky being the one to take the Wendigo out.
Rocky's a god.
Rocky just looked down at it and was like,
Rocky took club and go boom boom.
He didn't even see it there. He was just resting his club on the ground. Just smushed it.
Oh,
just
what,
accidentally crushed the
His
Wendigo.
nickname is now Bam Bam.
Rocky's gonna be there.
Rocky's
Bam,
actually a
bam.
klutz who just accidentally dropped it twice.
Yeah, he's like, whoopsies.
I did bad.
what is this on club? Flings it off. It's the Wendigo flies.
And that
Christ.
is it.
Did I do good?
Rocky did good, didn't he?
Yeah, that's it for
Oh
me.
shit.
All right, Poppy, you're up next. You'll follow.
Yay. Knock fuck this bitch up. I don't like all that shit that she tried to do on me.
Jeez.
Gonna drink a health potion.
What's that?
9. And then I move here,
Oh,
and I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start blasting.
You start blasting.
You may start
Oh fuck.
You start blast.
Was he like was he like dead? Because
oh,
9 of that damage was cosmic damage. That shouldn't have been on there.
Yeah, it was dead after probably the first one. He had 2 HP left.
Oh.
Oh,
No, she had 2 HP left.
Well, actually, I changed my mind. I'm gonna just shoot an arrow.
She said, fuck this shit.
What's that?
Boop.
Ooh. 20 shit.
That hits.
For 22,
That's it.
and I see.
Next.
I'm gonna shoot magic missile.
What, Poppy?
My lightning wasn't on there. That's okay. I'll fix it.
How much was the lightning?
What, Talia?
Was it
I'll just
1d4?
roll it. Yeah, I'll just roll a d4.
Be right back.
1.
Okay.
You rolled a 1d3, by the way.
Oh,
You rolled a 1d3.
but that doesn't matter. Just make it the 1.
Okay. Next, go ahead. Magic missile?
Yeah, I need to click it.
You need to do it
How
2
many
more
more?
times.
It was uncheck marked. How strange.
It won't let me cast it again.
It should.
There it goes. There it goes. There it is.
7, 11. Got it. That it?
Yeah, I think that's all I can do.
Okay. Faffy.
Alright, Faffy is gonna bust out his wings and, along with the move speed, he's gonna go ahead and flank this bitch. And I don't know, he's just gonna tell her, she's a bitch. Why the fuck you attack me? Fuck off. And then
Pick her.
he's
Just
gonna
pick her.
he's gonna fucking bop the fuck out of her. 26,
Hits.
27, 28 actually.
Faffy said I'm shit.
Both attacks hit, by the way. And how do you want to do this?
Oh, I'm just gonna fucking cut her head off.
Oh my god.
Cool. So
Rude.
So when you cut her head completely off, with those big 2 swings, the first one kills her. The second one completely finishes the severing. When you do, and her head kind of rolls on the floor, the mask falls flat, and you notice that this woman was the same woman that you met back in Sungrove when it was Lila and Ogda. This was Lila's mom.
Oh yeah, the Leo's companion.
Yep, the lioness.
The lioness, yeah.
So, that being said,
Oh, Ghost, I have a question.
yes.
I just realized this. The +1 and the lightning damage that I got to non-magic weapons,
Mhm.
does that go on my diamond whip?
Yes.
Okay.
Yay! A little extra damage to that. Nice.
Alrighty. Now the real fun begins.
So now we just return all the cures and stuff to Sungrove where they
I'm
belong.
back.
Right, so once you finish off her and her Wendigo, you guys can finishing the deliveries per se to Sungrove. Well, they will immediately start administering the cure to get those that are sick or starting to feel ill within their bodies, and that will start improving Sungrove's trade routes back again.
Got it. I don't know. I'll kind of let go over to a Cliffs and kind of just say, hey, I told you we'd deal with this problem, soon.
Pet, pat, pat.
Hopefully, you should start getting your business back and ask him if he wants a pet.
Well, he always accepts pets for one. Two, there's a possible chance of a discount once you guys come back around. For now, anyway, though.
No.
You guys set course to the tri-tips. When you guys get there, there is a ferry, a large ship, awaiting at the coastline of the points. The ship is darkened in color. The sails are very jaggedish, but patched together enough to work. It's manned by about 6 cloaked figures, some of them operating the sails, and then one of them steering the rig. You board the ship. Once you guys board the ship, one of the cloaked figures will all hand you robes and stuff like that for you to take. And you'll hear them whisper, "Put them on and do not take them off." And then they'll go back to their duties. Once you board the ferry.
Gosh.
Hello?
Nation.
Streaming, what's up? No? Okay. You get our keys? You get our keys? Are you way back to your apartment? Oh, okay. I don't know. I was what else gonna. Alright. Well, I'm streaming, so. Right. It is my game. That's what I'm trying to run. Alright. Okay. Alright. Bye. Anyways, you guys board the ships. Do you guys all adore the robes, or?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
As you guys all put the ropes on, they don't really care to keep an eye on you. They don't really care. They all seem to have their own duties, making the ship go. So you're not really watched, but you seem to be with some other people as well. There seems to be you guys and a few others. You guys, what, a party of 7? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's
Yeah.
7 of you, and then there's 7 other individuals, all robed already. That's different than the crew that's there. Some of them seems to be kind of keeping themselves calm by sitting on the ship's deck. Other ones are kind of pressed up, throwing up over the sidewall of it. But after about a day-ish of 2, you guys arrive in Spirit Hold at the peak of night. Touching into the midnight hour. Right as soon as you arrive, before you even get past the barrier, before you even hit the docks, you guys will see this massive, bluish, and white outlined winged dragon fly over top, and it's going at a quick, very quick speed, and very controlled as it flies through and examining the area around it. Followed by a grayish and brown outline one that follows right behind it, and they almost seem to be in sync with each other as they're flying and doing circles around Spirithold. This is Kapala and Avani, Echo's children. And you can see, after you guys get a better kind of get a glance of them, that parts of their body seems to be covered in black, charred, dirt-like almost, but it's just their veins and their scales that cover their underbelly and some that wraps around one of their wings. Once you guys get into the dock of the city, you could see that there's massive skeletons and bones and things like that of large dragons where they have failed and fallen into Spirit Hold. Baffled.
Yeah.
As you pierce through the barrier that they have, this magical protection that Spirit Hold has, you notice there is a pull on your flesh. And it feels like your scales are being slowly pulled from your body, but it takes enough, but you ease through the pain and you get right into Spirit Hold. You dock the ship and you are escorted off by another rogue figure. And they line you up. And they speak, say, "The ceremony of blood will take place. You have chosen this to be new disciples. He will accept you once the ceremony is done. We finish the ceremony out here, and then you will be given toward of the sanctuary of Saga. Spirit Hold itself is a self-sufficing city. It does not need the outside world. We protect ourselves, and we keep an ongoing war with the dragons. If it wasn't for us, this world would crumble and fade, and fall under the rule of whatever Dragon King decides to rise now." And they will lead you over to 2 sets of tables with large bowls that kind of sit on the table. You can still see some dried blood sitting in one of the bowls. There is small blades sitting beside it, and one of them will stand at the face of the table, the head of the table, and another one will stand at the bottoms of the tables where they connect at. And they'll look, and the one will speak up again and say, "Take the blade into your hand. Cut your palm and let it fall. You'll fill this bowl for now. From there we'll mix it. And if it is tainted, then you won't make it any forward any longer.
This could have ended real bad for me.
And so they motion for you guys to give your blood sacrifice. Does anyone fight against it?
Well, Anara's gonna do it.
Right.
Okay.
Nyx
So-
isn't gonna draw attention and say no. She's gonna do it.
Man, I guess if we want to get in, we might as well.
Yep.
Right.
I was
Especially.
muted and I didn't know, but I spoke up before Sam did.
I was.
But
Got you.
Figured you were.
So, as you guys cut your palms and let it drip down into the bowl, after a few moments, you get a decent layer of blood that follows in there. And the 7 that came with you, you would notice that 3 of them, their blood is darkened in color. One of the robed figures that spoke before look at them and give a nod, and another one will kind of walk over and stand right beside one of the figures that had darkened blood. And they'll say, blood magic is not a curse. It is something to bring power and has brought freedom to this world. But it will not be used against her will. And they'll take the figure that had the black blood and they just slit their throat right there. And as you guys are sprayed, the table's sprayed, they'll go to the next person, following the same thing. And as one of the 3 that realizes this, they try to take off running. And when they do, you see one of the casters kind of reel back and stab their hand with a blood needle. And you'll see a tall blood elemental kind of rise up and grab a hold of the one that's running. And it just squeezes them until they fall lifeless. And then it fades into a pile of blood. Once those 3 are dead and you guys have given your sacrifice, they will walk to each pool that you guys have and dump a type of black powder, a bluish black powder, and green powder in each one. And the rest of your guys' bowls full of blood will start smoking. And when it does, they will kind of give a nod to each and every one of you. Then they will grab hold of your palms, and in their other hand, they'll have a dagger, and they will hold it with heat metal and place it on your cut, cauterizing your wound. Once they do, you and the other initiates will head towards this massively large temple. And you'll see some other people kind of scattered about. They seem to be keeping themselves to a tight schedule. So they're going to different places, to the farms, to the windmills, to the fountains, to where the animals are, different things like that. They seem to be at a quick, very fast pace, but yet very controlled schedule. They're keeping themselves in this weird time. They know where to go, when to go, stuff like that. You walk up these large staircases into the sanctuary of Sog. Into the first room, the first floor, per se. It seems mostly empty, but along the wall, there seems to be these altars. There seems to have these glowing red orbs inside, and it seems to have this bowl-like thing under it. And you can see that there is dried blood still covering these orbs. On the floor, even though it has a decent tile, there is these red piping like veins that run through it into the center of a room that looks like a hole of some sort. And you can see out of these veins that there's dripping blood that must have been freshly sacrificed into it. The sages or the people that are leading you will kind of lead you around it, and once you get to the spiral staircase going down, they will speak to you and say, where we are going next, there are rooms where we do our sacrifices too. It is not for the faint of heart, but the duty that this temple serves is something on unnatural proportions. If you cannot stand the sight of drainage of fluids from people or things, then Spirit Hold is not for you. But you would not leave alive. And then they lead you down the spiral staircase into the second floor, where you'll see a bunch of rooms that seems to have these very thick stone walls. There are two individuals, robed figures, positioned at each of the doorways of these rooms. And you can still see that same veiny look that was on the top floor, going into this well, dripping down to the floor lower. In these rooms that are covered in stone doors, you can hear some screaming, you can hear some yelling, but you can also hear there's people crying out. They're crying out for whoever to protect, to come save them. You heard some praise, somebody asking for God's guidance, one of the gods' guidance. And even the fact that you'll hear some of them want to have the god of death to take them, to put them out of their misery. Spaffy.
Yeah.
You will hear a faint yet weak voice kind of pry to your mind. It will say, "You were close." Shut down Spirit Hold forever. The world needs that. Then you hear the voice kind of fade. Solon, and those of you that speak or understand Elvish, you will hear this weird lullaby being sung at the end of this room.
I hear this?
Mm-hmm.
Anyone that
Or
speaks
anybody
Anybody that can
else.
speak Elvish. And it seems to be a lullaby about mercy, about a release. It's faint, almost barely audible, but it's there. The voice that's singing it is weak, but and a peak of, one part of the lullaby that you hear seems to speak of a savior, of someone where hope is now restored. And the lullaby tries to get louder and louder until finally you can hear the crackling of the voice till it fades away, as if they lost their voice. But that's in the far room here.
We're getting escorted right now, aren't we?
Huh?
So we're being escorted right now.
Uh-huh. When you guys are taken down into the next floor of things, you are guided down into the third floor, into what they called their children's center, or what true disciples go to. One of the members will look to you guys and poke motion into this direction and say, "That's where our children play." Some of them pretend and act. Others use the mighty figures that they carved to fight mighty dragons, or they just race away with their carriages. To the far end of the room, we have our own place where we provide education for the children, teaching them basic commons, Elvish, Draconic, and the ways of Hema. The Prophet has made sure all this was in place. A disciple looking out for the younger generations just as much as everyone and all of his people. If I'm not wrong, I believe Spirit Hold is the only place that holds an education place for children. And then he'll point motion to the other room. Says, and that's where the grand altar is. That altar there gives off the magic aura that protects Spirit Hold. We give to it twice a day in a sense of a sacrifice. Could be coin we have earned. It could be blood if we need it. Or precious gems and belongings, as we do not need them. Spirit Hold provides everything we could ever wish for. And then you guys see the veins, of course, still in this room, going deeper down. And as you guys transcend down into the steps, one last time, you come to a grand temple-like room, and you can see some of these pews are filled with people. And right under all of those holes that seem to go down from floor to floor is a massive fountain that sits in the center of the room. As it funnels out, as blood kind of keeps filling through it. At the center of this room, and at the top north part of this room, after you come off the steps, you will see Aaron. He will have his hood removed off of his head. You can see a few scars that kind of line his cheek, and one of his ears have a nick or two in them. He's holding a book in his hand and a dagger in another hand. And you can see two large statues of a blood angel that sits on the left and far side of this kind of raised platform that he's standing on. And the people escorting you will motion you towards one of the open pews that they have where some of the people aren't sitting. And as you guys sit, you will hear Anne kind of speak. Say, see, you've gotten some new initiates. Now look to you guys. You'll see the smile kind of form on his face. Says, let's see how dedicated they are to our cause. And he'll point towards Faffy, and he'll point towards Solon.
I fucking knew it.
He says, come, join me up here. Let's see your dedication.
Solon walks up.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. Fafnir, not to draw any attention, he'll walk up as well.
As you walk up, he'll kind of meet you at one of the steps, and he'll motion you towards the center of the platform. So, you stand here, and you stand here. And he'll motion to the large bull kind of pedestals that's standing there between one side of him and on the other side of him, and he's standing in the center of that. And he'll set the book down on this podium, and have the blade, and he'll twirl it kind of in the wooden podium. And he'll say, there are two blades there. Show us your sacrifice to him.
What we doing?
Giving a sacrifice to Hema.
Oh, so like just cutting ourselves again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So as go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
Nope.
I think you were gonna say what I was gonna say.
Uh,
I just rolled 1d4 for the fuck of it, by the way.
Okay, so as you guys cut and let it drip into the bowl like you did in the beginning of the ceremony here, you'll feel Aaron's Ross's hands kind of run up in the back of your head and he'll rip down your hoods. He says, I knew I smelled a dragon. And he'll walk off to the right side of you, the left side of you, Baffy, and then he'll kind of not even meet eye contact you, but look out among the pews that it's there. He'll say, we accept all of them that dare want to pull away from their race, their lineage. And we even accept those that want to see what Spirit Hole truly has. We will not shun them for coming here. We will accept them like we do all of them. And he'll turn his head and look toward you, Faffy. And you'll see this dead gaze that's in his eyes. So, You are welcome here. You will be protected among our walls, our barriers, accepted as family. And he'll kind of look down the sacrifice you gave. You prove yourself great. You have made a great deal giving upon her. And he'll kind of run his hand, put his hand on your shoulder and pat it and give you a smile. And he'll just say, accept it. Remember that. Accept it. And then he'll make his way slowly over to Solon. And he'll kind of look at Solon.
Okay.
Say, something here smells familiar. Something. And he'll take a minute and kind of examine you. So, give off the essence if you visited her before. Was it through death? Or was this something that was given because you reached out to her in your greatest, desperate needs?
Yes.
On both of those?
Yes.
Dylan.
He'll kind of get in closer, his face kind of right up against the side of your head, and he'll whisper to you. And he'll say, I think you ought to do more for her. You seem like a fit that'd be worthy of a better position, that could stand among your peers as someone as a legacy. You'll understand in time. And he'll kind of back up and say, please, go take your seats. You have proved your
Sloan's get
worth.
his way.
You've proved your worth here by giving to her. You are free to explore our great city. But we follow a very tight schedule. The people here are given a home to sleep and rest their head. But you are to attend every ceremony and never miss one, for your sacrifice may be larger than you dare. To what? You are to find a job among the city, be it working on the farmland to provide food for the people, to gather herbs and other wonderful plants, to provide medicine. Or you are here to take on the duty of a ship to escort new recruits to Spirit Hold. And in time, you'll build up your ranking here with us, starting at the lower side where you'll work and come to the ceremonies. Come to the great shrine to give sacrifices. You'll keep that up for 20 some hours a day. You'll sleep for a few, and you'll keep repeating. We provide you with free foods, drinks. We do not do trade here. If you need something, you can come to us or any of the higher sages. And if you need me, you can always reach out. I walk the city on normal, and I am here at the peak of midnight to do ceremonies. You are free to walk, you are free to leave. But understand, we do have restricted places. Past those, and you may not want to see the worst side of things. And he'll kind of close his book and I'll kind of walk off the platform a little bit and place his hand on one of the statues. And you'll see his hand go up and grab an amulet on his neck. And he'll whisper a prayer. He'll look through the rest of your crowd and say, "You are free to walk. Leave if you want to stay and remain and read the books, the mighty words of Hema. You come speak to me if you wish a more private ceremony. But if you choose to go out in the city, do know, don't misstep. The sages are watching." And then we'll see some people kind of get up and leave. You'll see some people kind of stay behind and read, going over this book they have. And you'll see Aaron kind of standing by the statue just watching. What do you guys want to do?
Shoot him in the face. Malachi, get that fucking thing ready.
You want
Why
strapped?
does he have the gun? I don't understand.
Because it's especially funny to say, Malachi, get the gun.
Oh my god.
They're private schoolings, actually, not what you think. Jesus Christ.
Uh-huh.
I bet they're naked dancing around a fire with blood everywhere.
He got to Solon.
Mm-hmm.
What
I
kind of
bet they have
what
like
kind of
navy blue
Catholic
skirt and
bullshit
a
is
red
this?
tie.
Jesus Christ.
What you
Oof.
did, Ghost?
I know what I did. So you guys are free to explore and walk the temple if you want, or the sanctuary, or you guys can remain if you want, or go out in the city.
Corner and stairs.
Alright, guys, what's the game plan here?
Bowling. We got
Yeah.
about 3 hours left.
It's gonna be like super glued to like Anera's leg, like, Mom, I'm scared. What is this place? She don't want to fuck up.
Look, Fafner tanked those fucking pants a little bit.
I'd like to say that at any point I am completely willing to fight our way out of here.
Jesus Christ.
Nyx just wants to get the fuck away from the creeper.
Malachi's finally gonna take 10 seconds to introduce himself to Solon and Ogdo because he still hasn't done that.
We just have
Nice
this
to meet
random
you.
ass tiefling with us.
I'm just kind of used to it. People just sort of appear and disappear. So
I'm
I'm
like,
especially
we
sorry.
got another one. All right, cool. Cool.
I'm especially sorry for assuming, based on you being a tiefling, that you were strapped.
Nah,
That's my bad, dog.
nah,
Bump
it's
it.
fine.
Fist bump.
Noggin.
Holding
So-
blood mommy on this one.
If you guys
Uh.
stick around long enough, if you guys are staying in this room, if you stick around long enough, you'll see some other of the road figures that had carrying bowls and giving them to Aaron, who is taking a scoop of it, of the blood. It's your guys' blood, and putting it into a vial where he'll cork it and stick it in his robe.
Hey, I didn't sign a contract for
Yeah,
that.
do we have to sign for that? Because, like, I'm not alright with that.
My soul already.
You signed for it when you gave sacrifice.
Yeah. Like, damn
When we-
it.
When we entered here, that was our consent.
Yeah. When you got on that ship, you gave you gave your consent away.
I didn't know he'd have it.
Of course, he was going to have it.
He runs
Oh.
Come on, he runs the.
I'm being sarcastic.
Oh my gosh.
Don't call her blood mommy.
Oh.
No, that's
Good God.
Oh, that's cringe.
Yeah, that's Hema, not Nara.
I mean, not wrong.
She's like anti-blood.
I'm like just a small bean child.
She
Small
has
bean
blood
child.
fury, okay?
I do.
She went around collecting blood. She
I also
is
have a massive scar for the reason of to why I have that.
Oh, you guys leaving this room right now?
Nick.
Did we want to stick around or leave here?
I low-key want to see how much damage I can get off on Aaron Rawson before he can even turn around on us.
I kind of want to stay here for now.
Okay. That's fine with
In
me.
a room with Aaron, I'd like to see what he does.
Yeah, this one's gonna
Okay,
stick
then.
daggers at Aaron.
Not stare, just like
I am.
nonchalantly observe everything because it's a new area, so that wouldn't be weird or out of place.
Yeah, the Assassin's Creed stare, where you stare down at the ground and then you're actually staring at the guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Third person.
That third person
Yeah.
look.
Third person.
I may as fucking well be with this robe on, guy.
Just use clairvoyance. You'll be in third person. Oh yeah, I guess the robe would work too.
Yeah.
So after about an hour, he still doesn't seem to acknowledge that you guys are lingering.
That's fine with me.
Yep.
Can
Now, what
Nick
if we
ride
walk
on
into the
somebody's back
corner?
like a backpack?
No.
He'll-
What if we walk into the corner and I used rope trick and we just disappeared from the room? When he
You won't
noticed?
use it. You won't be able to use very much magic in here. This place
Damn
is
it.
locked the fuck down.
Damn him.
He will remove his robes, and you can see his bare chest, but he has these toned down, very worn kind of cloth pants. And
Is he hot?
Pansexual soul.
Say no.
he has you can see up and down his body there are markings from very precise cuts to more of a serrated cuts, from palm to his chest.
No, he's hot.
And you'll see him kind of grab one of the blades that he was twirling with earlier, and he'll take it and he'll place it across his hand and he'll just slide it. And you don't see his face change. There's no emotion there. and he'll walk over to the altar, the one that's in the back wall behind him, and he'll place his hand on the orb that sits there. And you'll see kind of this blackish reddish blood kind of pour over it. And you'll start seeing the platform that he was standing on kind of light with these reddish
Okay.
kind of
I could try.
veins that seem to have a vibrant red color to it. And it'll hold his hand on it as you see this orb kind of glow brightly. And he won't seem to move. He won't seem to move for about 10 minutes. Until finally you see his hand kind of fall limp off of it. You know, kind of take it and move it, seem like he's trying to get his hand, like if you have a sleeping part of your body and you're trying to shake it to get to wake up. And he'll turn back towards you guys. His face kind of comes more vibrant and as if he's brought color back into his body. And pull a cloth out and kind of wrap his palm up with it and walk back over towards his podium. And he'll close his book and kind of tuck it under his arm and step off the platform. And he'll give a glance off to you guys, as you guys are one of the few members that's still sticking behind. He'll kind of give a look to you. He'll say, "Do enjoy Spirit Hold. If you wish to have food, they serve them. You could ask anyone in the city. If you want drink, we do have a ale and purified liquid. You can remain as long as you wish. And here, I know it's a new place. It's a pleasure, and I'm sure Hema accepts the new members with open arms. May her essence breathe new life into your body." And he'll kind of walk up one of the stairwells and kind of leave the room. So you're left with there's two kind of fairly new initiatives kind of sticking behind. They're kind of looking at the book and trying to quickly read through it, trying to get a grip of what's happening. And the room is just pretty much you and two others. One of them reading, the other one's kind of giving silent prayers or trying to look for an answer, per se, from Hema. One of them's kind of reading one of the books that's sitting on the pews. The other one is is just kind of giving a silent prayer, trying to ask for guidance from Hema. Aaron has left the room, so.
They're the ones that came with us on the ship, right? In the same cloak?
No, they're different.
They're different. Okay.
There's no one else in the room besides you guys, and there's two other people. And they look like they're new recruits as well, like new initiates.
Gotcha.
I'll speed them up and take their shoes.
What? No.
Why?
What?
We need to show them that we're
What?
stronger if we're going to be here for
Okay.
a while.
What? Like
Well, I'm just
9-ish.
not sure what the plan is.
So you'll see one of the initiates, the one that was kind of reading, grab one of the books and hold it tight to them, and they'll kind of like run up the steps. You'll kind of hear him yelling for one of the sages to help them with the word or whatever. Understand some of the context of the book. The other one is just still silently praying, and they seem to be pretty focused in that.
So now there's, one less pair of shoes, but one less pair of eyes.
If you guys wait any longer, you guys are going to be the only ones in here.
But yeah, I was just about to say we should probably leave.
Yep. Doesn't seem to be anything else in here for us.
No.
Okay. So are you guys leaving the temple all fully, or are you guys just going to the next floor up, or
Does anyone want to go anywhere in the temple, or do we want to leave?
I kind of want to visit that elf voice, but I feel like it'll just break my heart.
We could
Or
visit the elf voice.
Yeah, I'm also kind of wondering if my vision person is in here.
so you guys want to go to that sealed room?
Yeah.
How do we know where we are and are not allowed to go? Because I don't want to stumble into somewhere that we're not supposed to be and get like.
You'll be stopped by any
Okay.
of the higher sages, yeah.
Like, sorry.
Yeah, so at the doors of this room, they have 2 sages positioned that won't let people kind of just pass freely through here.
Okay.
Like, you can't just go in the rooms because you want to. The room right below this one where they had the desk and the education for the kids and stuff like that, this room's free to explore. They don't have anybody in here, really. You won't see any particular kids here because it's midnight, basically, but early, at first sight, you'll see people in here. Kind of having their the kids of the city will be here, kind of getting an education, playing, or you'll see some of the adults down here doing, giving to the bigger shrine here.
A Catholic education.
Okay, so you guys are coming to this room. Once again, same thing. There, you just see the people positioned at the doors. You don't really hear any other voices or stuff in your mind. It seems to be quiet. Next to some people still kind of giving out loud prayers to the god of death.
Can we kind of like peer into the rooms, I guess?
They're stone doors, so you can't really just peer through them.
Gotcha.
Can I put my eye through a bar?
Well, they're just a full.
They're solid.
Yeah,
doors.
solid stone doors.
Yeah.
Accidentally drop your eye and kick it beneath the door.
Can I punch it? Can I punch my eye through the door?
Mm-mm.
What's the power of key?
You do see that none of the people that you guys seen, the people that you escorted you, or the people down here that's guarding these rooms, have weapons.
Guys, it really feels like we should just kill everyone we see.
I mean, that's kind of the vibe I'm getting.
Just because they don't have weapons doesn't
They
mean
have mind weapons.
They probably have magic. We are in a town full of
That is
blood
magic.
mages.
Yeah.
mind weapons is
Just
magic.
because
Mind
it's
weapons.
blood magic,
Yeah.
just because it's blood magic
Magic.
doesn't mean they always need blood for the magic. They can have other magic.
Your body has blood. They'll use it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's also
I'll
this
show you a good time.
portal in the middle as well.
It's not a portal, it's a drop down hole. It
Drop
goes to
down
the
hole,
well.
whatever.
Yeah, it goes to the
With-
fountain underneath.
With blood, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who
That's-
are we throwing down the well?
The entirety of this is the fact that they can
I'll go down the well.
they
No.
can
We're not
either
going down the well.
use their blood or they can use any parts of the pipe, of the veins blood.
Yeah, exactly.
And some of them carry large vials of blood on them.
What if we stealthily break their fucking necks?
You can try.
Are you eating 102?
I'm gonna hold on to that.
Wait, you mean wait for yourself? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I missed it. Gotcha.
There's nothing really we can do here, but we can go to.
It wasn't supposed to be 400. It was supposed to be like 350, wasn't it?
The classroom stuff.
Okay.
Oh, classroom.
So coming down to this room, you guys are free to explore this room, and look at whatever or do whatever you wish here. There's no, say, guards here. This room, this place seems to be pretty quiet. Aaron has completely left the camp, so he's not even in here.
We did it.
Yeah.
You guys, if you walk towards where the toys and stuff are, you will see that there is, you will see that there is kind of like a fake orb that's rolling around. This is basically a crystal ball that's kind of just a ruby ball, that some of the kids use to pretend that they're some type of disciple of Hema. There's a book there where they can pretend to be like Aaron or whatever when they do the ceremonies. There's looks like little chess pieces, but they're little like figures of heroes or whatever. And then there's a large dragon, and they can pretend they're fighting a dragon with them. Different colored different kid-sized mask or crowns, kind of over there, with like small cups per se, so they can do a whole little acting show if they want. And some little toy carriages made of wood with little wooden carved horses.
Solon wants to shave down the leg of some of the chairs.
This is a child's area. Why are you
Nyx
thinking
play
of
fights with some of the kids, okay? She gets a wooden sword and she play
kids in
fights.
here.
Oh, there's nobody in here. I'm just saying
Ah.
that's
No
so.
one's in here.
Yeah,
I
there's no
can
one in
get
here.
away with this.
As for the classroom, there are some papers still left on some of the desk, some books. You can see that there is a desk at the kind of far top corner where like a teacher would be. They have some stuff kind of sitting in there. Pretty much the rest of it's kind of empty though. Some of the chairs are neatly pressed in.
Gotcha.
I'm kind of curious about what's on the teacher's desk personally.
You go
Can
look.
I shave down the teacher's table?
I will go look.
I mean, if you want.
Awesome. I'm gonna make it wobble. Yay.
Okay.
I want to look at the stuff on the desk.
So looking at the desk, looking at the stuff on the desk, you see a book. The book kind of similar to what Aaron was holding, just not as old. It seems kind of new. The binding and stuff on it all seems to be hand put together. The pages inside, you can see different practices, different things, different languages, from basic sentences to basic stuff like that of common, draconic. There's even some Elvish in there where they teach them basic words and sentences for those languages.
Huh.
There are small, very small, but yet a section of basic math equations where they can use to teach that as well. And there are currency conversions for like gold, silver, copper, in there where they can teach the children how to use coin, even though Spirit Hold doesn't do trade, but they still prep them for the world in a way. They tell of different. They tell a story and has it broken down so kids can read the story, and they do a class discussion on it. The one that's currently sitting on the desk and broken up is a story about some dragon that attacked Spirit Hold but fell to its mercy because of the powerful mages, kind of thing like that. It's very broken up in simple terms. The papers you see on there, it seems to have, it seems to be like just a blank sheet of paper, but there is a little bit of writing on some of it, and that is just typical notes. You'll see like 2 or 3 names. You'll see a name Timmy. You'll see Tom and Tucker, and you'll see right beside it, need to finish homework.
Aika.
How dare you not finish that
Wow.
homework?
Okay.
Wow. Tyara.
Other than that, it's pretty simple. There's really nothing like extreme on those desks. You'll see where one of the children's desks does have like, it looks to be like basic word problems kind of on the sheet of paper that's on their desk, and half of it's filled out, the rest of it's not.
Alright, the book on the teacher's desk that you
Mhm.
described. Is it something that we would only be able to find here, or is it something I could find in like a bookstore?
This would be the only place to find it. It's just basically a planner or their planner that they use for,
School planner.
yeah.
Can Nix just finish the kid's homework that's incomplete?
I mean,
Someone wants to take the school planner and then shave down all the legs of the school desks.
Oh
What
my.
is wrong with you?
I do
I want the children to be shorter than they actually are.
I do want you to take a note, the fact that you guys were the last ones to, well, one of the last ones to leave the ceremony room, and your new recruits.
I wanted to just come in here and look at the altar, and
Yeah.
Poland's over here trying to shave down legs.
So, being new recruits, if something bad happens, they're probably gonna blame you guys.
Probably gonna kill you.
Most likely.
Because
Yeah.
everyone else that's been here don't act out. They'll follow their tight schedule, and they'll stick to their.
Cullen was scared to get killed, and now he's being chaotic as fuck.
Does anybody have like charcoal and paper?
You can find some
anyway.
charcoal and newspaper here.
I must shave.
Okay, I'm totally gonna take some and just quickly jot down a bunch of the stuff that's in the book so we don't have to take the book.
Nix just finishes the kid's homework.
And then I'm gonna stuff it in my
'cause
bag.
YOLO.
Uh,
The homework's, you're assuming the homework's there.
What? Well, there is a sheet of homework there that's half done. Nick, just roll me an intelligence check.
It's just so weird.
Oh my god, you're gonna get this kid now.
Oh, yeah, I hope it's that one.
I hope that this kid.
Wait, you said intelligent?
Yep, just straight
Intelligence.
intelligence.
Just straight.
Oh.
So when you finish this, you finish it. You got a side
Wait,
like
that was a save.
you
I don't know if that
see.
was right.
Oh, okay, yeah. Give me a straight intelligence.
Straight.
Just roll
Intelligence.
your intelligence.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just
Ooh,
straight.
that
intelligence.
one. Called it.
Yes.
Even better. That worked out even better.
Perfect.
All right,
Yes.
so
10 out of 10.
you go to try to
Fuck this
finish
kid.
this, and you look at it, and
It just lights on fire.
some of the problems, the wood problems here, you can't quite break down and get, and you get like 2 or 3 questions done, but the answer is very like absurd. They're just like, yeah, I think it's right, and then just leave it.
That's exactly what I wanted. So,
Pretty sure that's right. Then you just
but
slide it
that's
back on
like
the desk.
far from my life of doing homework.
I'm
Okay.
bringing in the children, and we're just gonna leave.
Aww.
Was it okay that I took the notes and put them in my bag?
Yep.
Yay. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Did you want to check out the altar, Sammy?
Yeah, sure.
I really want for that crit fail for Nyx to have signed her own name on the helmet.
No, but the writing is very much different. Uh, there were word problems. They had some math involved with them, but yeah, answers were absolutely wrong. But as you walk into this door, Sam, you see there is a small table there with already a bowl and a knife that's sitting there. You can see some fresh blood kind of in that. At the altar, this is a large altar. You can see piles of gold, large gems. You can even see there is a mat that seems to have some type of cushion to it, where people can come here and prayer if they need to. But you can see the orb up top kind of rotating a little bit, and it's glowing with this bright orangish reddish color.
Okay. So are we done
What
fucking
do
around
you
and
do?
ruining children's lives, or can we leave now?
Look, I don't see how we're ruining their lives by shaving off a literal foot from their sitting height.
We're supposed to not be causing, like, being a
The kid-
nuisance.
The kid's gonna
Just
try
take
and sit
notes.
on the chair.
Being a nuisance.
Kid's gonna try and sit on the chair. He's gonna fall over. This is the start of his
Trying
supervillain
to be
story.
nice and
He
finish
turns
his
in his
kid's homework for
homework,
him so he didn't get in trouble.
turns in his wrong homework, fails,
If
gets
you guys
kicked
get
out.
caught- If you guys get caught being goofballs, you're on your own.
Goes back to his chair, sits down, fucking throws his head back in disappointment, falls out of it because it's uneven.
And
So-
that's how the villain in campaign 2 begins.
So
And then
my
it was cold spaghetti day.
question is, Solon, are you sure you want to skin the legs off these?
Don't do it.
God, fine, Mom.
Yeah, actual mom leader over here doesn't want you to fuck with the chairs.
I mean,
Moms.
Fafnir doesn't want you either. Do that.
That's why I said moms.
Already almost fucked up because you figured out, or, well, it's pretty obvious because I imagine just this claw hand coming out of the robe and being cut. But besides that, we probably should tread a little lighter than we already have.
Okay.
So you guys leaving the temple altogether?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you guys leave, you'll see that some people are sitting around the waterfall, the fresh waterfall that's sitting there. Some of them are getting buckets of water out of it. Some of them are just kind of sitting there. Some of them are reading the same type of book you guys saw down in the ceremony room. You will see the dragons making their rounds, and they seem to be flying with like very quick speeds. And they don't seem to be slowing down any. You'll see one of the sages kind of at the base of the temple. We'll see you guys come out, and they'll speak to you and say, if you wish to sleep, there's an open house afar south of the gated area. There's about 10 beds in there, so you can get rest. Tomorrow you can start your choosing a job. But
Yay.
for the night, do as you wish. Enjoy your last grips of whatever tainted place the outside world gave you. And they'll just kind of stand there and go over a prayer in their head as they're kind of just sitting there. watching the temple, so nothing happens to at least the outside of it. So you guys are free to explore the city, but remember it is still like the midnight hour.
Let's just go to sleep.
Sleep, sleep, sleep.
Start the
Do we
next
all
day.
have to choose jobs?
Well, it's up to you.
Probably.
Oh, okay. Nix pulls out boot duck and goes to sleep.
So you guys go to the open house. It's a medium size place. Nowhere near as big as your guys' house at Emberlight, but it's a place to rest your head, and it has some small space for to put some of your goods, and equipment. But that's pretty much it. They're playing pretty plain Jane, when it comes to that stuff. Someone leave?
Hasted. I think his internet died.
Oof.
Yes, he's on his phone now.
Gotcha.
Vouch.
As the morning hour comes, right as first light breaks through the windows of your guys' small little home, you will hear this thud on the door. And it'll be loud, and it will go on until someone answers.
Someone answers.
As you
I was
open
gonna
the
say someone lightly sleeps.
as you open the door, you will see one of the sages in their robes, and they'll say, "It's first light. This is the working hour. It's time for you, as new initiates, to choose your position in Spirit Hold. We will give you 10 minutes to be ready, or we'll come back again. Meet us on the outside gates of the gates here, and I can lead you to the jobs of Spirit Hold." And he'll kind of walk away.
Solon turns and yells for everyone else.
All right.
Wake up! We gotta pick a job.
Wake up! Wake up!
Okay.
All right. Yep.
Okay.
As you guys meet them outside the gated little community that they have for the homes, you will see Avani, the grayish and brown dragon, kind of curled up right by the temple side. They seem to be. She seems to be sitting there. You can see this greenish smoke kind of coming from her nose. As you can hear these very soft kind of like snores coming from it. And you can see Kapala, the other one. You can see they're kind of slowly coming to a slow land and kind of standing tall near the table that you guys did your initiation at. And they seem to be standing tall there, and they're kind of looking at the ground of the city. No one seems to be bothered. You can see that the city is getting pretty active. People are kind of going to their positions, and at first light, some of them going off towards, the northern part of the city, some of them going off to the southern part of the city, and they don't seem to be bothered by these massive dragons at all. As for you guys meet up with the sage that's there, and they will lead you to the north so far, to where the animals are. They have pigs. They have a small coop for chickens and stuff there, and they lead you there, and they'll say, "This is where we take care of men for the animals. You spend an hour or two a day here. It doesn't take that long, but we make sure we give people the extra time just in case something comes up. Or if an animal dies or is sick, it must be treated. And you are in charge of that. If an animal dies because they are sick or because they are killed prematurely, you can be held responsible if it's was done out of someone else's, being done out of your hand. Or if you know someone that did it in front of you and you saw it, make sure you do report that. Moving on. And you'll lead up to the far north of the city where you see a bunch of trees and different plants and gardens. You'll say, this is where we harvest special herbs and leaves and plants for medicines. Again, you have 1 or 2 hours here to harvest the plants. We only prick a few leaves from plants or harvest a few pieces from the plants a few times a day. We want to make sure the plant itself thrives and keeps growing. This medicine can be used to treat any minor sickness, or if you are suffering from corruption from the use of blood magic, then we have plants here to help bring you back from that void. And they'll lead you over to the temple and say, we have multiple jobs in here. You can assist the teachers. You can clean the shrines. Make sure the floors and tiles stay pristine and none of the blood pipes are jammed. You could be a positional sage that help protects some of the sacrifice chambers. Or you can help clean the ceremony rooms and make sure that the blood of the fountain doesn't become tainted. And then they'll lead you over to the water fountain here. And it says this is where you'll bring water to the houses, to the temple. And you'll make sure all the people that's working on crops has fresh barrels of water, fully filled every day. This well is tapped into a very deep spring, so the water will always remain fresh. And then they'll guide you down to the farmlands here and tell you that this is where they harvest seasonal crops, anywhere from fruits to vegetables, to different seasonings for foods. The farmers here come here 3 times a day to make sure the farms and the crops itself are staying healthy and well conditioned. The soil stays very fertile. And then he'll motion towards the windmill and he'll say, that's where we produce our grains. If you wish to provide your job there, you'll be assisting some of the grain makers as they have earned their position. and then he'll walk you over to the docks. Say, this is where you'll clean the ferry and make sure it's up to condition 2 times a day. First light and right before ceremony time. And we have small boats that you can take out and catch fish. If the fish does not weigh over more than 3 pounds, we throw it back. And then lastly, he'll lead you over to one of the skulls of the of the poking out of the water. And on both sides of the skull, you can see that there's flies and other things, decaying bones and stuff like that. And he'll say, we'll get an import of food on the ferry 3 times a day of large meats and animals. You'll feed our protectors with that. Do not fear them. They will not hurt you. Unless, of course, you try to do something to the city. These dragons were raised by the prophet's hand himself. They prefer not to be touched, or you'll probably lose a hand. Feed them. Make sure they are doing well. If they have wounds, treat them and move on. They are not pets. They are simply our protectors. And then he'll walk you guys back towards the temple. He'll say, you are free to choose your job. It'd be a good idea to choose soon and get a position started and learn what they do. You can work wherever you choose. Just know that your scheduling may be slightly different than the other initiates. What do you guys want to do?
I'm gonna go help the teachers.
I couldn't remember the whole list, but is there one that's in a kitchen?
No, they don't. They don't
No.
do.
No.
You guys wouldn't operate anything in a kitchen.
It's like cleaning, providing water for farming, work in the grain, pick herbs, feed dragons,
Take
help
care of
clean.
farm animals.
Yep.
And there was a lot of jobs in the temple.
Yep.
Mhm.
Help ships. Yeah, along with cleaning, there was be a stage to man like the cellars or whatever you want to call them.
Next, we'll do water to the farms. She carried all those crates in Redmire.
You'd be carrying buckets on top of
Yeah.
buckets of water to barrels. And you'll be checking them multiple times throughout the day.
What
Yeah,
did
that's
that
fine.
helping the ships entail?
Well, you won't. You can do fishing off some of the ships, or you can. You'll be cleaning the ferries, the ship that brings people in, or brings new meats in. They have some goods that come in, like new seeds and stuff like that they bring in from outside. And but other than that, that's it. Your job mostly would be just cleaning those ships, those ferries.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah. Anera? Poppy? Faffy? Anogdo?
I'll do the. Sorry, I'm outside right now. I'm about to head back inside. I'll do the fishing thing.
You're gonna go fishing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There at Poppy Faffy.
I guess Anara will do. She'll just kind of revert to old cleric ways and do whatever in the temple.
Okay, you can clean the shrines, or you can clean the temple in general, or the duty with the sages protecting the sacrifice chambers, or make sure the cleaning the temple is going to make sure the pipes stay clean for the well that goes down into the fountain.
She can do cleaning stuff.
Do you want to clean the altars and the shrines, or do you want to clean just the floor and tiles and the pipes?
Let's do. Let's do altars and the shrines and stuff.
Okay. Faffy Floppy?
I don't know. Could be one of the sages.
That guards the sacrifice chambers?
Yeah.
That's what you want to do?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I'll help with farming.
Okay. Do you want to work with the gathering the herbs, or do you want to go and actually help with the farmland, or do you want to?
Farmland.
Okay, farmland. Okay. As you guys choose your jobs, you'll be kind of designated into those directions, wherever. And on your way, on your guide, you guys will be told some simple instructions. First light, you will wake up, you will do your duties, your jobs, and whatever positions throughout the day. We're meant to spend time to rest in the sense of getting your mind right and go to the temple for prayer. You go to the shrine on the third floor and give a coin. It could be any amount of coin. It could be some type of possession, or you can give a blood sacrifice. But we always give to her every day. And when midday comes, you are to double check your jobs if you need to, or if that's not needed, you can take a break and rest and sleep for an hour or two, or you can meet in the temple where they set up tables and they feed the city. We eat fish. There is beefs and porks cooked in different ways. They have fresh bread made every day. And they always provide some type of dessert, anywhere from, it could be a cheesecake, it could be a fresh cake in general, it could be cookies. You're meant to eat your food, all of it. We do not waste anything here. And then from there, you can walk the city or get your exercise in. And then when the midnight hour comes, you are to meet back in the ceremony room on the bottom floor for the ceremony that Aaron brings. It will take a few minutes, a little while to get used. They are very forgiving. But you learn your position pretty quickly. And he will kind of turn and leave. But before he leaves, he'll kind of stop for a second and remember and hand you guys all a book. Brand new. Seems like it was freshly put together. I'll hand it to you. And he'll say half of it is the teachings of Hema. The other half is Plank, where you can record your own blessings, your own prayers, or maybe even your own experiences of Hema. You can note them in there for your own memory. These are yours to keep and study and read through over and over and over. I'll give you guys a quick bow and then he'll leave and head off into the temple. As you go to your jobs, Poppy, you will see there's some people already out in the fields. They have handmade tools from a hoe to shovels to some of them have like very thick leather gloves on, where they are walking the rows of this large farm fields, making sure there's no weeds, making sure that the plants are healthy. They're double checking and walking through and checking the leaves and the stems of these plants. They have some type of fruit that's being grown. Looks like some type of berries sorts that's kind of purple in color. People in them seem to be just doing their job effortlessly. Some of them are tilling new grounds to kind of get ready to put new seeds in. Some of them are kind of digging out old root stems and rotating the soil. And you'll see there's about 60 to 70 some barrels. That you'll see every once in a while. You'll see somebody come and dump water into them and then rush back up to the well. When one of the people in the farm field sees you, they'll kind of point towards some of the barrels and say, we got a few rows that will need water. You can go ahead and get buckets. We do a few lines of water on a strip of plants, and we move to the next. And then they'll go back to kind of check in the leaves of some of the plants. Go ahead. Is there anything you want to do, Papa?
I'll start watering things.
Okay, so you start bringing water over. Faffy, as you are brought in with one of the other sages, follow them into the temple, go down to the third floor, and you will see kind of a rotating position of people that work here all night, work throughout the night, kind of rotate out and leave to go and attend or do something else. And you will see new people coming here and taking positions. The people that was with you when you guys all came in here, 4 of them kind of take up their positions on the left side and the right side of the doors of the 2 left and right rooms. The one on the catty corner right side, you'll see there's one person there, and then one at the bottom, you'll see there's one person there. So you can fill either one of those spots.
Okay.
So anyone in particular you want to fill?
I mean, there's probably nothing special that I'll notice looking at either side, is there?
At the moment, now.
No. I mean, I'll probably just go to one spot, probably spend time there and maybe eventually rotate to the other spot is probably what I'll end up doing.
So you won't be able to rotate. You're gonna be stuck in standing, per se, guard in one position.
Okay.
So it's either the bottom south room or the far caddy, the right caddy corner.
I'll go to the bottom left south one for now.
Okay, so you get down there, you stand position at the door. You'll see the other guard kind of look at you. He'll say, "Hopefully you're not bothered by screams or loud prayers. It's gonna be a long day." They have a few
I'll probably say back, no. If only you've heard and seen the things I've already had. It pretty much matches this.
He'll give a smile and kind of shrug his shoulder and go back to kind of just staying there. You will hear some screaming and stuff kind of coming up the steps, and you'll see Aaron Ross emerge first, and he'll walk. He has this very controlled, emotionless demeanor about him. He has a book in his hand, that same one that he had when he put it under his shoulder, and he's carrying a blade that he has kind of holding tightly in his grip. And he'll come to the far right, and he'll stand there at the door, and you'll see one of the guards there kind of open the door, and then not soon after you'll see coming up the steps being dragged by two of the other sages a body, a figure of some sort kind of being dragged. It seems to be unconscious. They're just dragging their legs all the way up in between into the room. And once they're in the room, you'll see the sages kind of close the door behind them. And you hear the rattling of some chains. And then finally you'll hear some chanting, some deep incantations being proved. And then finally you'll see one of the pipes, going into, you'll see it flush with just red liquid. And after a few minutes, you'll see Aaron kind of walk out. He got a cloth on his hand. On his hand, he's kind of wiping one of his hands and the white blade off. And he'll walk up into your direction. He'll say, "Hope you enjoy this sanctum. If anything feels out of the ordinary, make sure you let me know. You seem like you're going to go far here." I'll give you a smile, and then he'll kind of walk back up towards the steps. When he leaves, you'll see the person that you're guarding with kind of look at you and he'll say, You must be lucky. Not many people does he talk to. It's like you. Although I don't know if that man can fill anything. You know, just kind of he'll give a faint chuckle to himself.
Faulkner will probably just shrug a little, be like, "Good to know."
Uh,
I'd
Go
rather
ahead.
not be on someone's bad side.
Moving on to Malachi. As you head into the third floor, you can see that there's a bunch of kids down here that must have woke up right before the first light, and they're already kind of getting in. You see some of them kind of playing, messing with some of the toys. You can hear some of them going, "Rah, I'm a dragon," and you hear the other kids going, "We're gonna beat you." And then you'll hear some of them going, "No, that's my horse. That's not fair." And then you'll see one of the kids kind of flash and hold on the orb that you saw there, kind of yelling in this gibbering sound, and say, "I put a spell on you." Uh, and then two of them kind of have a mask on, and you'll see one of them has a kind of have a crown and go, "I'm the king. You're gonna listen to me." And they seem to all be giggling and having fun over there. Once you get to the classroom, you'll see this tall half elf woman. She has a piece of charcoal and a book in her hand, and you'll see this classroom's pretty filled with people ready to learn. I mean, most of the kids are pretty eager. Now, one of them will pick up a sheet of paper and look down at me, holding it, and go, my homework's done." And
Perfect.
the half elf will look at it and walk over and say, "Timmy, you was doing good halfway through. What happened?" And he will look at it and kind of frown and say, "I got busy thinking about Hema."
Oh.
And she'll just kind of sigh and take the paper and lay a new sheet kind of in front of him, and then walk up towards the main desk. And
10 out of 10.
so you'll walk in there, and she will see that you're here to assist her. She'll say, they call me Sarah here, but let's just keep it on that term, because if not, it'll throw the children off. And she will tell you that you can sit and watch, or you can help with some of the stumps that the children run into. Right now, we're going to be doing just learning basic common sentences. And then we're going to convert them into Draconic later. What do you want, Kay? Okay.
I'll help the kids.
Yeah. Yep, bye. Alright, so as I go over, just basic common sentences, some of them is like, a apple is red, or, well, an apple is red, or the red fox jumps over the fence. Just basic sentences. And some of the kids are writing these down like they already know what they're writing. Other ones are kind of getting stumped on the lingo of it. And you'll hear one of the kids kind of mumble and say, "How are we ever supposed to convert this to dragon language if we can't even spell it now?" And you'll see one of the other kids look over and go, "Shh, I'm learning." And then you'll see the same kid that turned in his homework earlier, Timmy, he'll kind of stand up and say, "I don't want to do this anymore."
Well,
And you'll see the half-elf look to Timmy and she'll go, "Timmy, if you do not sit down, I swear I'm going to sacrifice you to Hema myself." And the kid would just kind of pout and sit. And she'll kind of point to a far back table, and she'll say, "If you want to go over there and help a child there, she could be a little getting things on a little slow side, but I'm sure she'll love your help."
will do.
So as you walk over to the table, you see a young girl. She's definitely human, and she seems to be struggling with writing down the red fox, and she'll look up at you and kind of be a little scared, and she'll look back down and she says, "I don't get it. Why is the red fox jumping over anything? Why is it a red fox? Have you ever seen a red fox? I've never seen a red fox. Why do we have red foxes?"
Oh boy. I don't even know where to begin with this. This sounds so much like Thor, and it's not even funny.
Then you should know exactly what to do.
Exactly what I was thinking.
I was literally typing it. I'm like, this is literally channeling exactly what happens every
Christ.
day.
I suppose I'll tell her that it's not really about the fox or the fence. It's not about why. It's just about getting the words down.
And she'll look at you with a sigh and she'll say, "You don't care about the fox? I care about the fox. It's a red fox. That's pretty cool."
Literally, Thorin.
Jesus.
Why are we writing this? Are we writing a book? The red fox jump over a fence. Is it running away from something? I bet you it's a
Could be.
dragon. And she will kind of sit there and look at it, and she will write FOS. She's like, "Yep, that's how you spell fox. You see that? I did it. I spelled fox."
I'm gonna go ahead and stop her there and be like, "Nah, listen, here," and I'll help her out. I'll explain that it's not FOS, it's FOX, because the X can make the S sound.
But she looks at it and she says, "I don't know if you're really good at common or not, but I don't think you're right."
Oh.
And you'll hear the kind of the half elf yell over to you, and she'll say, "Are you doing all right over there?" Fuss.
Oh my god.
Oh no, she's learned the first word.
Dragon
She's about to
push.
activate her breath weapon.
So after the she kind of takes the S and she kind of puts a line through it and makes like a very crossed over X-ish shape. It's just
Perfect.
literally just a S with an X, line through it. And she says, "I care about the fox still." And she goes to write the rest of the sentence until she gets to fence. And she'll spell it out for a second. She says, Is that it? It's just the red fox jumps over a fence?" Where's
For
the rest
now,
of it?
You
Where's the
gotta, you
rest?
gotta keep writing to figure out what he does next.
She looks at you, she gives you a big smile, and she says, "Right." And she'll write. You'll see. Of her own imagination, she'll write. After the red fox jumps over the fence, she'll write, and then takes over the dragon's life. And then smiles at you. Most of the words, majority of the words, are spelled very wrong, but you get the gist of the sentence. And she smiles at it and she says, "Yep, that's a story right there."
I'll give her a small clap
She said, "Now,
and
see,
then
you
help
should
her.
care about the fox."
Fair enough.
And she'll kind of stand there and wait, and you'll see the you'll see one of the kids' hands go up in the middle of one of the rows, and the halfling, I mean the half elf, will kind of motion towards it, and she'll say, "Can you deal with that one?"
And I'll help that one.
So as you go to walk away, the kid will look, the girl that was just talking will look at you and say, "I think I'm gonna name the fox Marcy." And that's all she says to you. And she goes back to just writing that name over and over and over again inside the, on the page, like on all parts of it, wherever she can fit it.
Perfect.
When you get over to the other student, you will see that they have their book out, and they're kind of copying a sentence over and looking and then copying it back. And they seem to be doing pretty well. But when you get over and ask them what their question is, you'll see them, she'll go, they'll go, "Why do we gotta learn all this? Doesn't the teacher know that we're never gonna use it?"
Well, regardless of whether you use it or not, knowledge is extremely important. You still need to know your letters, your words, and knowing how to use them is always a good thing.
The kid will look at you and say, "But I want to be an adventurer. I don't need to be smart. When I get out of here, I am going to be serving Hema, and I'm gonna take down dragons. I don't need this."
Well, how are you supposed to read a map if you can't read your words?
Maps don't have words. They're just pretty pictures.
Mm. I'm just gonna headband. Fuck. I'm gonna choke on these potatoes. Jesus Christ. Ah. God damn it, Hayes.
You made him choke on his baked potato.
Fuck's sake.
Good.
Good.
10 out of 10. Okay. And if you don't do your math, how are you supposed to understand money conversion and be able to pay the right price and not get gypped on it?
I'm just gonna give everyone a gold.
Good try, kid.
There are things that cost a bit more and a bit less than that.
So you say give everyone a platinum? That's a good idea. I bet you all them dragon hordes have all the platinum. I'm gonna go get it all. And he'll kind of he'll take his pencil up and he'll go, "Yeah," and he'll hold it like a sword. Oh, his charcoal stick.
With an imagination like that, I'm sure if you learned how to read and write correctly, you could easily write a book.
Write books? No. I'm taking down dragons. That's what I want to do. And if one walked right in here, I would I would stab it with this with this charcoal.
I want to see this kid fight a dragon with charcoal now. I need it. I absolutely. He's got to join the party.
Malachi calls Viking over.
Listen, we've got to recruit this child. He's ambitious. He's got a weapon. He's ready.
You will see. So this kid just kind of finishes his stuff on his sheet and say, hopefully this is the last bit today. I hate it when she gives us homework, because I gotta take it home.
I want to know this kid's name.
This is Freddy.
Freddy. I'm putting it down. Writing it down into my notes. Allies. Freddy
The little girl you was talking to before was Darcy.
and Darcy.
Eddie, the charcoal wielding kid.
The charcoal wielding kid.
Wields charcoal. Gotcha.
Wields charcoal.
I got you. Don't worry.
This needs to be canon.
Oh, it's canon. It's in my notes. It's
you
canon.
will see one of the boys in the back row kind of stand up, but when he stands up, he kind of gets up on the desk, the table, and you will see the half of Sarah. She'll kind of look and she'll put her fingers to her nose and just give a heavy sigh, and she'll say, "Tommy, you better sit down." And he'll say, "No, I don't wanna. You see, this is for little kids. I read big people books." He'll kind of give a few stomps on the book and the paper that he has. And the teacher will kind of look towards you, and she'll say, "Do you want to know what we do to problem children?"
Sacrifice them to Hema?
And she'll give you
Definitely.
a faint, quick smile, and she'll say, "You know, we take him to the sacrifice chambers. You know, deep underground. Places where no one gets to explore, ever. And then when they slowly bleed out by, you know, probably centipedes or ant bites, we just, let them lay there. Their bones slowly decay into the ground, and then they're forgotten by their lovely god of Hema. So you never get to serve her. Now, do you want that?" And Tommy kind of looked at the ground, looked down to his papers and back at the teacher and says, "I don't want to be ant food." And he'll climb down and sit. And he'll kind of look up towards you and says, "Is that really what they do?"
I'll nod, and then look back at the teacher and give her a wink.
He'll quickly get to work and kind of filling out his paper. Decently intelligent, he fills it out. He reads at a higher level, but he's definitely scared of what she had to say.
Perfect.
But you continue on helping her with little things as you progress. They do some basic coin conversions when they convert it to draconic. You see that most of the kids pretty decent on the conversion. Some of them get a few catch up and hiccups in it, but the teacher quickly helps them, and they convert all their sentences over to that. As for Anera, you head into the temple. You were handed a broom, some rags, a bucket, and you'll see some of the people. You will see them all kind of sweeping and making sure there's no dust or no things tracked in, and if it is, it's quickly cleaned up. And you will be asked by one of the cleaners that's already there. They'll go, do you want to take the large altar, or do you want to take the surrounding altars and the other floors?
Um, I can take the smaller, the surrounding ones.
Okay. They'll tell you that there's a decent amount on the first floor, which you can see in the surrounding area. They have 1, 2 on floors down the second floor, well, third floor, and then that's it. So you have the first and third floor for that. When you get to some of those altars, you can see some of the cleaners kind of already wiping them down, making sure that they're spotless. Every crack, every crevice where blood would flow over or in it, they are completely cleaned. And the mixer that you have water, and it's mixed with a weird wax film to it.
Oh, she's not listening to me.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
You as you go to clean some of these, you leave you wipe them all clean, and the wax-like film that you clean with them seems to remain. Gives it this weird polished look. When you get it spotless, you'll see one of the cleaners that's cleaning another one of the altars walk over to you and say, I know it's your first day, but you might want to check your job just a few more times. Because if you miss a single spot, just one spot, that's 10 slaps on your palms, and you don't want that. I've seen people break their hands by being slapped too much. So don't miss a spot. And those slowly kind of walk themselves back over to one of the altars they were polishing. I want you to go and give me an insight check.
Oh.
To you, what they said seems to be very, very serious.
Well, Anara's OCD anyway, so she's gonna do it regardless of what they said.
So
Joke's on you, motherfuckers.
so you finish and polish a decent amount of these very well. No problem, even with all the experience you have with cleaning everything. You get every little nook and cranny, and you'll see some of the sages that kind of were around when you guys were doing initiation kind of walk past some of them, wiping their finger on it and checking them, and just checking each side. When they get to yours, they kind of look it over, and they seem like they're trying to find a problem, and when they don't, they go, keep it up, and then they just keep going on checking the other ones. They looked extra long and hard at yours to see if there was going to be any type of remnants, but they're not. So you finish cleaning the altars, going over double checking them, They stay pretty clean. You can see some people coming in and giving a tribute or a sacrifice to them, and people are quickly responding to those that clean those, so it gives them something to do. So they seem like they're constantly cleaning them instead of wiping the same spot every 5 minutes. Moving on to Solon. This is where things are gonna get funky. You see there's two ferries right now currently in the harbor. One of them is
Nothing.
one of them is covered in guts and blood and stuff like that from where they had, but they're bringing in food basically for the dragons. And you can see that there's already people kind of jumping on board of it, and you're given a mop basically and a bucket. And they tell you, this is the worst one. If you can clean this one well, you're not gonna struggle on the other ones. Next is some puke on the one that brings people in because some people can't deal with the waves of the water. So you can choose to stand here and clean this one, the one that they bring dragon food in, basically one, or you can choose to clean another one, which is the one that they bring all their imported seeds and crates in.
Which one was the really nasty one?
The dragon food one that they bring in.
I want to do that one.
All right, so you're there with two other individuals. One of them is a Goliath. Right? One of them's a Goliath who seems to be strong, throwing some of the guts into the water for fish food and stuff like that. And they're kind of just swiping at the blood with this mop and draining it in the bucket and then just chucking it into the water and just repeating that. They have a rope on the bucket where they can pull up, drop it into the water, and pull it back up for water. You'll see the Goliath, and then there's a kind of skinniest human man there. He's kind of whistling along to his own little tune in his head. Not really worried about you. The Goliath will look to you and go, "Hey, boy,
Huh? Yeah.
you gonna clean up the guts under your foot, or you just gotta keep stomping it in so we all have to clean it up?"
Stomping it in.
Right. We're gonna be here all
And then he
day.
starts cleaning. And then he starts cleaning.
So you go to the cleaning thing with the three of you guys together. You guys get it pretty decently spot free next to some of the spots where you really kind of left a mark with your footprint. You'll see the Goliath kind of get down there with a rag and scrubbing that spot. I always hate new people.
Why'd you? Anyway.
And they'll wait on the ship with you and others until the sages come and check them. And then once they check them, they move on to the next one. And you'll see the ship with the crates. One of the people that were cleaning it. You'll see the sage stop and look at it and wipe his hand across one of the storage places, and then they look at their hand, see that there's a little bit of dirt, just a little bit. They go, 5 minutes underwater. They do not breathe, and then they walk off the ship.
What does that mean?
They're gonna hold somebody underwater for 5 minutes. If they die, they die. If they don't, well, that would be the lesson, not to mess up their cleaning duties.
Oh, sick.
Moving on to Nyx. As you're
Yeah.
bringing water back and forth, filling barrels, and get another, you take your bucket back, you bring it back. This constant route of back and forth, back and forth. You don't seem to have any time to talk to any of the other 6 or 7 people that's helping you run water. But you do get to see Poppy in the field every once in a while. She's
Nyx just briefly
taking
waves and runs.
a bucket of water and taking it to one of the lanes of the fields, and then back again. You'll see some of the sages stop over there and look, and give a quick glance, and then they'll move on. Make sure the farm's running fine, and there's not any spirit. You'll see though one of the water carriers will trip, and their bucket of water will kind of spill into the ground. And one of the sages will look at them, and they'll kind of hurry up and jump to their feet, and then run back to the fountain, and get a water, and kind of walk more slowly towards the farm. Moving towards Ogdo. In your fishing duties, you will see there are some ships out on the water already. And when they see you just standing there, and you're here right on the fishing docks, you will see some of these worn, kind of older folks. They got these gray beards and stuff like that. They hop onto the ships, and you see one of them kind of look to you and say, "Are you getting on, or are you gonna stand there and admire the horizon?"
Oh, I guess I'll get on.
Good choice. And as you board this small fishing ship, you're given a pole with a bucket of bait and also a net, a long net. And they'll tell you, remember, 3 pounds. If it's less, you throw it back. If it's more, chuck it in the boat and we move on.
Okay.
And you'll see some of them kind of paddle out to off the coastline a little bit, about 20 to 30 some meters off of the dock. And some of them kind of hurry up and plop in some pools. Some of them throw in a net. I want you to go ahead and give me a survival check.
Boom.
So
That's twice.
So when you throw your pool in and you're sitting there
he
waiting,
really throws that pole in.
yeah, you do get the line in the water, but when you see one of the fishermen kind of rear back and set a hook and start reeling in really quick, and when they're really gonna get a fish almost to the boat, your pole gets tangled up in it, and you feel the jerk on your pole like you got a fish that hit. And as you go to set the hook, you almost pull the other guy off the boat. And you guys are both fighting. As soon as you reel them in enough, the guy kind of looks at you and goes, "Have you never done this before? Because you just messed up my big fish."
There's something wrong with this rod. It's fine. Let me try it again. It'll be okay. There's what is it? There's plenty of fish in the sea. Or
Look at you.
that one time.
He'll pull out a blade and cut the lines. He says, "You bait your own damn line," and he'll hurry up and hook his back up again, throw another bait in, and he'll stay there glaring at you as has the pole waiting in the water. Give me another survival check. For the love of God, be another nat one.
Oh, okay. Whatever.
So this time you get a hit on your pole, and it's a fish. You reel it in, and it's a decent sized fish. But as you pick it up, for you, it's like super light. And you see some of the people kind of looking at you, and you're like, oh, that's a nice one. Oh, look at the scales on that. And you hear another one of the fishermen's like, yeah, I'll put that on my wall. What do you want to do with your fish?
Trust any of these shits. How do we know how heavy this thing is?
One of the fishermen's like, he's like, that thing probably weighs like 20 pounds. And you got it like, it's like super easy to lift for you.
You're not allowed to do that, okay?
What do I do with it?
They're like, throw it in the boat. We saved those ones.
Okay. I'll toss it in the boat.
So as you toss it in the boat, you'll see one of the other people kind of grab it and then kind of reel it up onto a small little station they have there, and they'll gut it and then toss the remains in there, and then kind of set it on one of the boards there. And you throw another line in. Go and give me one more survival check. Okay, so this time you get a nice hit and you start reeling it in, fighting this large fish. Finally, when you get it enough so you can pull it up, this is a decently big terra fish that has swam down from Silverfall. And it is massively large. You'll see kind of get it up on the boat and the nose of the boat kind of going a little bit, and some of the people kind of stand back and look at you. That's a terror fish. That's so cool. And you'll see another one of the more like grizzled fishermen go, I've caught about 20 of those. I'm not worried about it. And we'll throw another pull in. And you'll see them some of them kind of stopping what they're doing, and one of them will lose their pull in the water because they're distracted by your big fish that you caught.
Alright.
And they'll kind of reach their hand out and go, they're gonna get me for this. Why you gotta distract me with your fish? And they'll just kind of sit and pout in the boat.
That's something else I can distract you with. What do you mean? You've never seen a fish before? It's not my fault you got distracted.
Guy would just look at you and just stare at you and says, yeah, and you made me lose my fish. I bet you that was my fish you made me lose.
Oh, please. If this was your fish, I did you a favor. This would have pulled you into the water.
He says, actually, I'm pretty good at holding my ground. I bet you if I flipped that fish back in there, you couldn't catch it again. So I think you should be responsible for my fishing pool.
I think we should all just be responsible for our own poles, fishing and otherwise, and just keep your eye on your own pole. Thank you very much. I really don't want to toss this fish on the boat, but can I just set it down on the boat somewhere?
Yeah, you can set it on the boat. The skinner will just go ahead and strip it and have it ready. They don't even seem to care. Like, they don't even look at the fish. They already can. It's like a second motion. They just grab it, pull it up by the gills, strip it, and just throw the guts in there and just move on.
Okay.
Once you do reel back to the shore and drop off your catches for what there is, you will see the one guy that you may lose his fish on kind of bump into you, and he'll say, and it'll knock him back more than it'll move you any. And he'll just look at you and go, yeah. And then just keep walking off, up the docks, dropping off some of the goods.
Why are both the Azimargs getting bullied too?
Magic missile. I'm just gonna watch him go. Just roll my eyes.
Magic missile.
So you guys spend a majority of the day doing your duties and following your jobs, being decent at most of them, bringing in some decent catches for Ogdo. Malachi's doing pretty well, helping some of the children. Moving on into the midnight hour, when the ceremony prevails, you see a lot of people start flocking towards the temple. When they all go in there, you guys, find a seat, and if you can't find a seat, you kind of stand in the room. It's pretty much full of people, and you'll see Aaron kind of head and make his way through the crowd, and show up walk up to the platform, and he'll step. He'll let out a happy sigh, and open his book on the podium. He'll say, I want to start off today's ceremony by something special. I've been watching the city, taking note, and some of those that we've had to punish today to your ill worth ethic. Other ones we've seen prevail and make a true setting for themselves. I want to start off by having some new individuals come up here and start our sacrifice off with something. And it'll point towards Anera and Poppy. Okay. Come forth. Come give your sacrifice to Hema, your tribute, and show us your faith into her. What are you two doing?
Going on up.
Yeah, I guess so, because. Yeah.
All right, so as you guys go up and stand in positions with the podium, with the bulls and the blades, he will stand at the podium and go, if you can take a seat, go ahead and do so. If you are standing, remain there. We do plan on putting more seats in as our ceremonies and tributes have grown. The word of Hema has spread throughout Nesserus. And if you don't know her name by now, then let it rattle, let it sit, let it echo in your mind. That the blood god listens. She hears our whispers, our troubles. She knows when we are in need, and with our tributes that we give unto her, she answers. When she answers, she tells me. She speaks to me, and I reward these that need those. We provide so you never have to go hungry. Provide so you never have to worry about there's a day without water. You may feel like you have to work yourselves to exhaustion. But we give a great deed to keep off away from the spit of the outside world corrupted and given into the lost rulers, the dragons. They think they ruled everything. But now we have one of their own here. A child of theirs. And his eyes will kind of glaze right towards Faffy. Let me see. But this one is not giving their sacrifice to Hema. This one is serving her. They have finally learned their place in the world. That only we can provide. And he'll motion towards Onera and Poppy. Says, start us off. Give us your sacrifice. Let your blood be what she heals. And he'll take a few steps back. I'll kind of motion you to go ahead.
I guess Anara would just do it.
Yeah.
It's pretty much a norm for her for most of the stuff she does.
Right. So as you guys give a cut and bleed, you'll see Aaron kind of give a grin that kind of flashes in his very quickly. This is. She speaks, just not to me. Her words are like echoes. They're here. But they do not go directly to me. And she looks at you two, his eyes bouncing back and forth. Let's say. But no one here has made that happen. So, will one of you two met our blood god?
We both would raise our hand, probably.
You'll see his face kind of change to this just empty look. Just... Do you serve her?
Anara will speak up and say that she does.
He'll look towards Poppy. And you?
I don't know how to answer this. Technically, not like she hasn't like commanded me to, but I don't know if I guess I would just say yes.
Alright, hold on. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Alright.
Because I've helped with things, like when we were collecting stuff.
He'll look towards. She's yelling because Violet's acting up. Hold on a second, I'm gonna deal with her. Alright, right.
Dun, dun, dun. I would just say yes.
That's what I said. I would probably just say yes.
I told you to ask your dad because I'm busy right now, and I told you you would have to wait a long time until I could get in. Here, you want this? Want this little piece? It's a burger. Nom nom.
It's a burger.
Jesus.
What's with the Asian-like music?
It's Minecraft.
Oh, what world is she in?
Chinese mythology world.
Wonderful. It sounds like Avatar.
That explains a lot.
It's a Chinese
What's
mythology
I thought
world.
Because I was very curious as well.
I thought it was Mulan.
It's Chinese mythology world. All of these fit that category.
Mm-hmm.
Literally all of them.
She's not even playing. She's not even playing it, or nor has she been. She's just sitting on the pause menu.
Vibing.
Yeah, pretty much. She fell asleep to the Skyrim one time.
It
Pause
was
it, and then
Thorin
doesn't
back.
go to bed.
That was Thorin back when I co-slept. I would play Skyrim and he'd be sleeping like minutes.
Now Talia's favorite thing to do is go, can I have this? I promise I'll go to bed by myself. What does that have anything to do with you getting that?
My switchblade.
I like when she needs objects in the game. She says, I need to buy a ladder. Can you buy it for me?
I need to buy a ladder. You want me to open this menu? She's got it pretty figured out now, though. Mostly she knows where the bones and the dog eggs are.
Of course.
Yeah, she creates
Her
little
army.
armies of dogs, and they follow her around the world.
That's fantastic.
I showed her how to do it. She was like, "Oh, thanks, Mom. Bye."
Thorin likes watching Markiplier play Minecraft.
Literally every time he comes home now, and we'll eat in the room sometimes because it's too hot out in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
So anytime we didn't hear, he's like put on Minecraft, and I'm like
to the Minecraft.
I'm like, buddy, come on, ask nicely.
It's to
But,
the
like-
point where he pretends that he's playing Minecraft now, and like when he goes to open a door, he'll like chop his hand down.
I'm just hanging out with my stuffed animals on my seat.
Yeah.
I mean on Daddy's seat.
Yeah. Just mad chilling.
When Sam's little brother was small, he would want to play Minecraft with us, but we would just be chilling together. So we would we would tell him, "Why don't you go play outside?" And he would go outside and play Minecraft.
Oh my god.
because we
Jesus
were making
Christ.
like really big like forts and stuff, and we didn't want him to mess it up, so we're like, go outside and play Minecraft.
He would go and hit the trees.
And then one year I
Lauren
got
would do that if we asked him to.
like the wall decorations, like the pickaxes and the swords and stuff, and he would.
Why did
go and take
Ogdo
them
use
and
a
play them
rock?
outside. It's
We should get
rocky.
him. We should get him a foam sword and axe and stuff.
I'm still confused as to why we're using rock.
I don't know.
Look at
Mm.
Rocky's beautiful
Fair
picture there.
What is that? Oh, I know what. Okay.
That's what his picture should be.
Mm-hmm. That's what his token should be.
I can fix that.
Yeah, it's just, you just need to get rid of the default. That's all.
I'm gonna fix it.
Please do.
Alright, I'm back.
Oh no.
Quick, put him on the map.
Oh, I'm going to. Is it done? As soon as
Right
it's done.
in the fountain.
No,
Right in the fountain.
Okay.
Where is the?
It would be under Ogdo's stuff, I think.
No, it's
I thought it was
not.
back
should
in
be.
general. I thought it was in general.
No, it's not.
Oh.
Hmm.
There, it's done.
Oh, but he's super tiny now.
You can resize him.
Ugh.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how to
How
do
about we
that.
just all just randomly put ourselves on the map?
If you click on him with the cursor, you
just
should
put
be able
ourselves
to
in
just
the
grab a
pews.
corner and drag it.
Really? No.
No,
Huh.
only the DM can do that.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that was a DM only thing.
I got you.
Or Sam, because she's a GM.
What is that?
Yes.
Is that Rocky?
Bigger.
Bigger.
Well, that's the size
That's
he's
as big as
supposed to
he
be.
is.
Oh, I thought he was like
No,
4
his
by
map is
4.
small. He is 4x4 on there.
That is Aaron.
Oh,
No,
okay,
he's
so it's
a
like.
large creature. He's not like.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
huge creature.
Oh, is
Does
he?
anyone else
Yep.
notice on the statues
Yeah.
the bloody
So I think he's
handprint?
3x3.
He's a 3x3. Yeah.
Oh.
There's bloody handprints everywhere
Uh-huh.
on the
Yeah,
statues.
There he is.
Literally blood magic beard.
Huge giant. There he is.
Look at those beautiful eyes.
Absolutely 10 out of 10.
And we just put ourselves in the pews. You'd just be like, doink.
Into the fountain.
Alright,
It bothers me that everything in this is like just off center.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't center him behind anything because everything is like just
Yep.
off.
Wait,
And that really
I
bothers me.
could do that too.
you can't just hold down Alt.
Hold on.
Dad's
Totally
gonna be like,
not
what?
abusing my GM powers to fuck with Rocky, the fucking rock giant. Don't mind me.
Alright, I'm back.
Oh
You're
no.
not. No, you're
No.
not.
But I am. And if you hold down Alt, you don't have to snap the grid.
Okay, I thought there was some way that I could do it that wouldn't snap it. Okay, alright.
He was really bothered.
Serious face now.
See.
They had a Beach Boys cover band play down at the beach earlier, and it's stuck in my fucking head now.
Alright, so moving on. Look into the both of you. Jose. Why did you come to Spirit Hold? Was it to find your own new freedom of the outside world? Or was you here for other reasons?
look to Poppy. Give her like the should I tell him look. I don't care if he notices it either, because she probably will anyway.
Sure.
Poppy or Solon?
I'm gonna nod to you.
Okay. Anara's going. She's gonna let out a sigh. She's just. I tell him that she was sent here. She was told by Hema to get his piece of her artifact. And they didn't. She didn't want to do it by destructive means. I don't know how else to word that.
Saying you was sent here by the Blood Angel to retrieve something that she gifted me. Do you know what this thing does for the spirit hold? Spirit hold itself is deprived of a simple fact that blood magic will protect the people here. People come here because they wish to have a sense of protection, a sense of never living in fear because of dragons.
Can you use the dragons as a fear to keep all of your followers in check?
Are they not out there?
Yes, but they're the least of the world's problems, let alone probably spirit world.
They're never the least of our problems. The dragons will always rise up when they find that their strength needs to be matched again. There's one that comes here normally and makes attacks towards the city time after time. So the threat still stays very.
The threat stays because you have that dragon's children at your beck and call, and all she wants them is for them to be free.
There's no such thing as free dragons. If we don't control them, then they wreak havoc on everything else. If it wasn't for this gift from Hema, Nessus would fall into destruction and their own little apocalypse.
But yet, when people ask for aid for other dragons, or even world-ending titans that are probably definitely bigger problems than the dragons, Spirit Hold doesn't call to them. Doesn't answer their calls because they only care about themselves.
Care about protecting our city. If we responded to every cry and need of help,
isn't that what your blood angel did when she bestowed blood magic on people?
she gave us what we needed. And we responded. We freed Emberlight and gave it their first formed place in the city of Nessers, in the world of Nessers. But when people pushed us away because they believed blood magic was dark and corrupted, we fled to our own patch of paradise.
So you're just getting back at people by not answering because they find your magic dark and corrupted, which it can be.
Do you know what happens if you get this in the wrong hands? Have you seen what corrupted mages can do?
Luckily enough, no.
When blood magic gets in the wrong hands and used for the wrong things, as in trying to rise to power, trying to use it to control the black ichor that runs their veins, turns them into something very, very haunting. And if that corruption is not cured or fixed, they go blind with power. Using the blood of anything they can get their hands on to kill. Here we can control that. But when we teach people outside how to protect their own places. Or go to their aid, they learn from it. And if we help one person, then we must help another, and another. And soon, they realize that our magic would be their will of life, their peace.
Isn't that what you're trying to prove here anyway?
For here, yes. Because it's protected by a barrier.
But you don't need to be from here to learn blood magic. I didn't. I may not know as much as you or anyone here, but I can still access it. Hema's giving me that power. She's given it to one of my friends. You don't need to be from Spirit World to learn a blood magic.
You need to be from Spirit World to control it.
Okay.
How long
It doesn't matter to me about Spirit World, because you have no sense of care for any other people.
I care for my people here.
And they fear you. That's why they follow you. That's why people try to mess with other people so that they can be punished instead.
Well, sometimes we need to set examples and keep people to a strict way of life.
Even if it's something that your God, that Hema, your blood angel, wants, you're going to sit here and argue about it with me.
I don't think you know her teachings very well. You got her power, you got a touch of what she can do. And yet you think this is what the world wants, what the world needs.
It's not what the world wants or what the world needs, it's what Hema needs from me. I don't care what the world wants or what the world needs. I follow my God. That's what I'm meant to do.
Do I not? Do you not see what I've brought? The sacrifices that I constantly give. We are the only temple that is dedicated to Hema. We are her praise, her practitioner. Any blood mage you see that is left here, either on a grand journey they believe they must transcend upon, or they left here trying to escape Spirit Hole. And when they escaped, they brought their darkness to the rest of the world because they couldn't figure out how to keep things in check when they left. You see, I used to listen to her cries of agony, her pain, her blood tears that she used to shred. I used to visit the domain. I used to be her aide. When she gave me this piece that was gifted, I was the first one of the others. And I cared for it. I practiced it. I mastered it. And now I teach it. And I felt like it needed to stay controlled and keep it to its old traditional arts. You cannot bend blood magic to your will. It will break you mentally. It will drain you physically. Mortal bodies are not meant to withstand constant torture on themselves and able to touch into arcane arts. Some wizards do it by studies. Some do it by music. But when you touch into and learn blood magic, you take a piece of yourself every time you cast something. And I use it for the good of the world. When the dragon threat no longer exists, when they are long and gone and forgotten, then Spirit Hole can finally come out, explore the rest of the world, because there's no longer we are needed. Because at any moment, those giant titans that rock this world every time they step can devastate cities and tear apart families. And it takes one attack to destroy everything you hold dear. Now, if you wish to learn how to use your magic properly, then I am gladly willing able to teach you. But if that's not the case, and if you come here for some other deed and looking into just gathering this piece that I have, because you believe that's what your God wants. But
If you don't believe her, why don't you ask?
you want me to go and speak to Hema.
Why not?
Why not? So, how about we ask her together? And
That's tough.
he will move his cloak and pull out what looks to be a straight edge blade. And he'll take his piece off around his neck and press it tight against his palm as he pulls the blade and runs a deep cut across his palm. And he'll take the artifact piece and shove it into his cut. So we'll ask her together.
That's a bit extreme.
And he'll walk over to the orb, the totem there, the altar. And he'll slam his hand down to the orb. And when he does, the area where you two are standing start bleeding and looking of deep fleshy veins. You guys on the outside will see this odd you get like fountains of blood pour down around it. kind of start clouding your vision of it. And Anera and Poppy, you guys will start seeing Aaron's eyes and his face kind of change to this weird older look, very aged to the point where its skin is slightly loose and his flesh is well worn and taking its bare use of cuts and worn over the time. Finally, the terrain around you changes and you feel like you're standing in blood. And there you'll hear the running of fountains. And then the image becomes more clear around you. The normal domain that you usually show up in is nearby. This seems to be a whole place. Fountains of blood running off cliff edges. Stairways seem to go up to the top of a cliff. The sky, a blood red, ashen color. And look to you. And he'll kind of squeeze his hand tightly where he had his hand on the orb. So then we'll go speak with her. And her domain. And he'll lead you up a long staircase to what looks to be a marble-like topping to this. Inside, you see a very familiar setup. There is, the bodies. You see the large pool in the center. And you see Hema sitting in the fountain, sitting in her pool. And when she sees the three of you, she'll look. You can definitely tell there's a sense of worry that kind of crosses her face. She'll say, Aaron. And then she will kind of see Poppy and she'll say, I see you three have come. She'll let out a heavy sigh. Say, figured it was gonna come to this. I was hoping there was going to be another way. I was wanting things to align enough that when you guys met, it would be easy. either by persuasion or other means. Clearly, I was wrong. Her gaze will kind of shift towards Aaron. You have served me well for many, many years. One of my truest believers was there when I stood and faced whatever wrath came from the other gods. The lifeless pursuit of endlessness has always been the best gift I gave you. But times have changed. The world has changed. And it's time to move on. I did sin, and there are tasks with gathering your peace. Because I know she was going to do it regardless of what was going to happen. Her and her party has taken on titans of this world. They have slayed tribes. And they have been killed by a god to be brought back. Unfazed. Spirit Holden may fall or crumble or go into disarray. Without its leader. But you need to give that piece up so we can finish and revert the curse that was given with it. The future of Nesserus depends on that. So give back your greatest servitude, your greatest sacrifice to me. It would not go unnoticed. You could serve me here. Stand beside me always. But regardless, if you choose to or not, you will not be leaving this place. And you'll see kind of Aaron's face kind of change, his emotions kind of being indecisive. I'll say, serve you? Have I not? She'll give a nod. For many years you have. But I no longer want you to serve me. and Nestorus. Which will serve me here in this domain. And he'll kind of look to his piece. And towards you guys. Say. Is it true? Have you done all she said you have?
Yes.
So what of Spirit Hold if I leave? Are you gonna save it too?
We can try, but some of the views and teachings might have to change.
He'll kind of give a sigh. What's this?
Read it. No, look at the back of that paper. Read the top. Colt Gross has had a decrease in earned income. Scarlet Gross has had a decrease in unearned income. Sorry, your benefits are not changing. You're still losing them.
Of course.
So what about my whole 5 hours a day?
That probably doesn't matter though.
I told my manager that would happen.
Anyways, he'll kind of stay in thought for a moment. And he'll hold his piece of the artifact and watch it hang off his hand, kind of staring at it for a few moments. And he'll kind of slowly put his hand in your direction, but he'll kind of stop. And these wary eyes will kind of stare at you. They say, "Save Spirit Hope. Save my city." And crumbles the dragons that threaten Nestorus. By any means necessary. If your faith for Hema is strong, then your faith to this one promise should stay the same. I look at Poppy and look at Anea. Can you assure that much? Can you promise me that much?
Anara is going to give him a nod and tell him that I have promised more for less.
He'll give this very weak smile towards you, kind of barely poking through. And he'll grip the piece tightly for a second and lay his hand out towards you. And take it. Take it, and I will serve her. I will be in the position that I have longed wanted. But I do understand that the corruption, the darkness, and what have come of blood and magic thus far will not be reversed. And those that do blood magic without my lead will fall into corruption. Spirit hold, unless someone leads it and takes its reins and shows them the way, will fall into chaos. Was the first blood city. The only blood city that held true to exactly that. Do what you must. I think my time served in Esros has been long overdue. I have held an old faith. I guess it's time for new traditions. And when you see him step off away from you guys, his body slowly gets weaker on each step. So after a few steps, he kind of falls on his back. And he lays there. And you hear his weak, and his voice grow weaker. As he'll say, my faith is finally repaid. A release that I've ever wanted so much. You know, so I kind of see his eyes kind of slowly go down. He closes them. And you see the shallow breaths slowly fade out. You will see Hema look to you guys. You will join me here and serve me like Scarlet has. I will never have to question his faith, where all his duty and sacrifices will always pay. But without him, without his lead, his order, you will start to see what he has kept hidden for so long. The reason he knew of the corruption and why people feared it was because he suffered from it. So take this knowledge, take what you've learned, take whatever promises you choose to keep with you. People are going to question you. Some of them will be angry. Some of them will be confused. But I have faith that you will figure it out. Don't thrive in Spirit Hole too long. That's not a city anybody should stay in. Because corruption will start bleeding out. People will take their knowledge as the sages and trying to take his position. When it finally spreads and reaches its peak, Nesserus itself will be threatened. And she will kind of wave her hand. You guys will feel this fluid hit your body. As if you're being flushed out of her domain. As you arrive back in Spirit Hold, Poppy and Nara, you're the only two left standing. The three of you have entered. Now only two still stands. In your hand, you hold the last piece of the artifact. When this blood wall falls, people see that Aaron's missing, and you hear whispers kind of ring out through the crowd. Some people are very confused on what's happening. Some are kind of trying to break through this anger and trying to find some type of blame on why this happened. And you kind of hear whispers in the crowd. The rest of the group kind of hear the whispers, and you'll hear them go, "They killed him? Where's our leader at?" And people seem to be waiting to get their confusion answered.
Anar is going to speak in kind of like a loud, stern tone, kind of just from witnessing the priest and stuff from when she grew up. And she's going to say that Aaron's faith has been paid. He now resides next to Hema for all of his hard work. But that does not mean that everyone should panic or become wary. And she's just kind of gonna sigh and nobody is at fault. He did what she wanted him to do. And he did it for the greater of Nestris. Take with that what you will.
You hear one of the people in the crowd in the gathering here kind of look to the few people beside them and kind of yell out as they kind of stand and yell and says, "So our work does pay off for her."
Yes.
He'll kind of sit down and kind of mumble, pulling everyone else, and you can see some smiles kind of rise out in that pew, and there's people nearby. And then you'll hear another one kind of stand up and go, "So, if he left, what now?" Without the prophet's lead, what's going to happen to our home?
I promised him I would help and save Spiritfold. And that we will deal with the dragons.
So are you going to lead us? Are you the new prophet? If that's what is needed, then yes. You kind of see some people kind of looked at them confused, and you will see some of the sages that's gathered up near the platform kind of look to you, and one of them will kind of call out to you and say, "Is your fate the same? Do you believe that blood magic will lead us into the future?"
Yeah, she would say yes. It's kept her alive this one.
And they kind of nodded and says, "Well, is there anything you want to say to us? Normally the ceremony's another hour long."
Oh my god. Ghost, I hate you so much.
Why?
She's going. She's going to look to everyone And just because I'm a different person does not mean that everything will change. The corruption is real. The power that blood magic wields is real, and it has to stay in control. And if we lose that control, there's no telling what will happen. But that does not mean we have to kill everyone that doesn't prove worthy of it. If they join us, then if they join Spirit Hold in a way, then they join. The consequences, the punishments, the working will remain. If people come here and they decide before they enter that it is not for them, they should be allowed to leave. And if this becomes a problem in itself, then I personally will deal with it. But for now, there are other things we have to worry about. I know the dragon that plagues these lands. It will be a situation that we will have to deal with, some way or another. There's also other things, corrupted gods, other evils in the world. It's not always about dragons.
You will see someone in the back kind of stand up. They're a bit nervous, but they kind of speak out as loud as they can kind of be. Say, so Spirit Hold's gonna be a city that going to fight off more than just dragons.
Do you not wish to change Mistress for the better?
No, I'm for it. It's just seems like a lot.
It is. Trust me. I know. Those individuals, and she'll point to her party members, and she'll be like, they know, and we didn't use blood magic.
Okay, and then he'll sit down and he'll just kind of stare off like his mind is blown.
I love it.
So, with that being said, this puts me in two questions. One, what of Echo and her children? Because her children's are their main protectors of the city. Echo will come. The corruption is not going to be faded from those kids unless they are killed. But if you remain them here, they are controlled. They're not spreading it. The only downfall, though, is they are fighting their own mother over and over And sooner or later, it's going to end up killing her. But Spirit Hold will stay safe for the time to come. Or you can choose to kill them and satisfy Echo. Well, or in a way, satisfy, because you're technically releasing them from corruption. But then Spirit Hold loses its protection for the time to come.
So we're saying that they're uncurable?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what he said. He said those that remained, the corruption and stuff.
Can't fix the corruption.
Yeah.
What's already there.
Gotcha. I know there was the plants and all, so.
That's if it's early.
Gotcha.
So you guys have to make that choice here.
Also, would I be able to find whoever?
Yeah, you will. I was getting to that. That's my second thing.
So first decision, what we doing? What I guess about the.
I'm sorry, Faffy.
What are they protecting them from exactly? Just dragons?
Dragons and any threat that comes towards
Spirit Hold.
Anywhere, like ship attacks, or they protect the entire city and its surroundings.
We befriended Echo and promised her that we would help her, end her kids' suffering. So you don't have to say we made a promise when we went to go heal her.
Yeah, well, Anara's whole entire outlook has changed on everything since that time. And she just promised
Gotcha.
Aaron that she would protect Spirit Hold. So if those dragons protect Spirit Hold, she's.
This has taken a turn. When you said, "I'm sorry, Faffy," I thought you were gonna say we're gonna kill the dragons.
So it could always be a different thought.
I knew he was gonna want to kill him to satisfy Echo, but then we don't. Spirit Hold doesn't have protection.
Yeah, there could be a middle ground. We don't have to kill them now.
Well, there isn't going to be a middle ground because if a choice isn't made, okay. So
if we don't kill
made,
them, then Echo's gonna get killed by them.
Yep. So there is no middle ground. The choice is either you fight them and you kill them and lose protection and Spirit Hold, only to satisfy Echo, or you let them live and then soon it's going to kill Echo, which. You're satisfying one thing over saving a city of hundreds.
Yeah.
It's terrible the choice you have to make, but that's a reflection of give off 100+ lives for the satisfaction.
Anara's already going to say keep them.
So yeah, of course that's what's gonna happen in the future. Is Eka will attack the city, and will be killed by her children. Her children will not have remorse on it. They're doing their duty. They're doing what they were raised up to do. And they are protecting the city without fault. Regardless of who it is. And Echo's corpse will lay halfway in Spirit Hold and half of a Spirit Hold. So that is the future of Spirit Hold for that piece.
Gotcha.
Moving forward from that is when you guys come to one of the holding chambers that you heard the elven singing from, the lullaby. Opening it up, you will see hanging there is a mostly malnutritioned and worn out and scarred dragonborn. Their body is weak. Their will has stayed strong and remained. When they see you, Faffy, and Solin, you will see a weak kind of smile appear in their face. And you will hear, I gave it all. I held true to the order. I held strong to my will. My true calling. I touched into every bit of power to find someone who would open their mind and see. Then I found you. I showed you the details that I could. I gave you every bit I can of information. My body and mind have been tested day in, day out. This has almost became my way of life. It was scheduled clockwork of what they do to me. When you know it's coming, day on and day out, you just accept it. You let them take what they wish, and then you move on and focus on what matters. But now that you've answered that call, you two need to seek out the syndicate. Find the Dragonsbane syndicate. Find the group. Find the hidden. You will find it close to Draco Pass. And an old lair. Find it. And you will understand the treaty, the connection, and the bound of blood that falls between both of you. You are connected in this world. By elven and dragon descent. Let that stay and prove true. And you make your new decisions and re-change the treaty. Reforge it into the new world. What happens with my time now is done. My will and constitution is fading. I have held deeply onto this last bit of life to make sure that my message was passed on. And now that it has, I can finally let go and no longer have to deal with this. Rewrite the treaty. The new world's gonna need it. And you'll see the Dragonborn kind of let off a sigh. And his breath falls shallow. You see him, the last bit of his life fall. His body kind of hangs there and goes limp. You guys don't have to worry about that at this moment or soon. You'll have to. But when you decide to go to Draco Pass or that lair of right on the outskirts of, there are going to be a choice that you guys will make, a few choices. That's going to change the outlook of Draconic and Elvish descent moving forward. If it's for the better, maybe. But regardless of, this will build you up into holding that control of whatever choices you make into the zoophyte. Because you will be challenged by not only Zoe, but depending on your choices moving forward into that, but by Talon as well. Both of them see themselves as king. Both of them are territorial. Both of them will fight. And one of them will wish to see the side different. Under whatever order or whatever control you choose to take forward. This could bring a pack of war. This could bring new enemies. Dragonborns can be hated, or Elven descent can be hated. When that time comes, and you guys are faced with those choices, make sure you think long and hard on them. Because it will carry over and affect the future of Nestorus. And how people are treated and how things are laid out. They're not totally hated now. They just mostly halfway instinct. So right now, you guys have that in your mind. Huh?
It's almost 10.
I know. I'm almost done. You have that in your mind. You can sit on that. Think about them. When I give you those choices, when that event comes, I'm gonna make sure you either agree, disagree, or split about it. But those choices will have impacts. Each and every one of them. The saving a Spirit Hold and Echo's children has an impact.
The neighbor was trying to flirt with me, and I told him I had a husband, and he was like, oh, then he might get mad.
What you guys have done here will be echoed across all of Nestorus.
He was trying to help me carry boxes.
These big moments will have a lot of heavy motions to them. When Arc 3 comes and moving into Thoya, every choice, every big decision you guys have made up to this point will have some type of reflection or some type of monumental effect on that. So I would make sure that you guys stay on the same terms so it doesn't cause war later down the road. Zoya is still ruled by Poppy. Depending on the arcway that we take with the Syndicate and the dragons, and now with Spirit Hold, you can stay reunited and stay united as a party in your decisions. Or you can change and find out what you believe is the better for the future. With that being said, you guys successfully gather the last piece of Hema, its artifact. Finish out Spirit Hold. And the arcway of Echo. What happens from here is now these big choices turned into effects. Zoya is going to grow and expand. That city is going to become known, but followed behind it will be targets. Will be people coming after those that they see different because of the Fate Walker's choices. From the war of Redmire through saving a Spirit Hold, now your guys' choices with the Syndicate are all gonna have enemies and allies. The saving the Spirit Hold does grant you guys a new individual and Thoya, a priest, a high priest that they found here, named Leon. He is a blood priest of Hema. He is older. He is human. But he knows the teachings of Aaron to almost the back of his hand. Depending on Poppy's choices of blood magic moving forward for that city, will reflect on his teachings for people that wish to fall under Hema. He is a cleric, he is a priest, so he can't do that of normal duties. And he is a very chaotic good individual. With that, we're gonna end session and let you guys choose what will happen. Because now we can set course and focus on the changing of the gods and then the impact of Stellar. So that's now going to be our focus, almost full-fledged. Good job, guys.
Good job.
Yeah.
Good job, Ghost.
Go night night now.
Good night.
Good
Night,
night.
I'll also talk to you guys later.
Good night.
Bye.
Have a good one.